cause I won't wait too long. Think you know my right don't make you wrong, no. Tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Yeah. Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? Knowing true love don't take too long. I'ma go make these songs, knowing our love ain't gone. Baby girl, why you wanna be strong for? Real ones don't need on-calls. I'ma be out here once more, you play me, I'm moving on. Tell me, what are you waiting on? Better come now, cause I won't wait too long. Think you know my right don't make you wrong, no. So tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Yeah. Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? Darling, baby, what are you waiting on? Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Oh, is it love or is it lust for real? Are you someone I can trust for real? No, please tell me. I didn't come to play around for bills, so girl, you tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Oh.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Run time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome everybody to day one of Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. But before we get into the thick of things, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me will be the one, the only, Fasya Bunny. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling nervous, but at the same time super excited to see all the teams battle it out right here for the Open Finals, because we got 16 teams trying their best to be inside that challenge group stage. Only 4 slots for them to fill in, Mo.
Yeah, so there will be 16 matches total. We have 16 invited teams together with 16 qualified teams. And of course, if you are unfamiliar with the Snapdragon Pro Series, we will be having a Swiss system. So all matches today that you see will be best of 3. So whoever wins the best of 3 series, they do get 1 point. And afterwards, the 1 point team will be playing with that 1 point team. But before that, we have the calendar for you. What's gonna happen is the Open Finals from 4th of November all the way to the 10th of November.
Yes, sir. Started out right here. This is the Open Finals. That's why it is what you guys seeing right now. We'll be living straight away the whole entire week for you guys to check out all the 32 teams to compete for the top 4 slots. Now, those who manage to go into the top 4, they will fight off in January 2025, which is on the challenge season. They'll meet off with the invited teams as well. Started out from the 6th of January until 12th of January. And the challenge finals finals will be held at the February of 2025, started out on 10th of February. So there's gonna be 3 months of this SPS tournament to be held. December will be hold off for a while and will continue on January 2025. Now, this is the format of SPS ESL. Started out from the open qualifiers that we did not able to actually witness the power of those teams who was able to be qualified to the open finals. But this is where we see those who are invited from the ranking on themselves and those who actually managed from the open qualifiers mode.
Yeah, so these are based off of last season's rankings. What you're watching now is the second half that it's being broadcasted right now. It will be the open finals where only 4 teams will be advancing to the challenge season. And in the challenge season itself, they will be facing off against the 12 invited teams that await them. And total, there will only be 6 teams to make it through. So in total challenge finals, there will be 6 plus 6. 6 from the challenge season and 6 invited teams, which are the champions of their respective regular seasons in their own region, to face off in the round robin. Then we have the playoff, and finally we will crown the winner at the end of February 2025. And as we said, right now we're watching this open finals. We have a lot of different regions lined up for you guys today, and the regions that we will be seeing, of course, where I'm from, Singapore, and of course the other side of Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the other regions as well. But today, the first game, you see it up on top of us. Rift Esports versus Team SV. I'm so excited for this, Foster Bunny. How about you?
I am. I'm definitely looking forward to see what they're gonna actually put out for their first game. I mean, we don't have much of the statistics. Why? Because like we talked about, Rift is definitely from the invited from their less ranking, and then moving on to Team SV itself, they are those who qualify from the open qualifier. But on the other note, let's take a look again into in depth more on the teams that is already inside our open finals itself. Started out from the Malaysian region, we got the team of GMXA, we got JP9ers, we got Team MV, OD, Team Vamos, VPX, as well as Yacht.
Yeah, and congratulations to Team Vamos for actually representing Malaysia in M6. So they will be one of the teams that will be a top contender. But of course, Monster Vicious, JP9er all played in that playoffs as well, and they are looking spectacular. I feel scared for the other regions because Malaysia, it's the latest playoffs to happen. They are all warm right now. They've been playing day to day. Yeah, and they are really ready to go right now.
Agreed, definitely. And going into the next region, I mean, talking about they also had their MPL as well, and the amount of intensity on their games are phenomenal. We got Aurora, we got Team Fnatic Onyx, we got GPA, GPC, Lazy Esports, RRQ Kaito, as well as Smart Omega to be watched out here for the open finals as well.
Yeah, Team Aurora, the team that actually eliminated the top team, the champion of M5, Falcons AP Brand. They did get taken out by Team Aurora, so really a very strong contender. And of course, today we will be covering Smart Omega actually and our Game 3. But from the side of Indonesia, we do have Alter Ego, their secondary team Alter Ego X as well. Evo's Holy team, if I'm not wrong, PLES will be covered by us today as well. And Team Rebellion, RRQ Hoshi, and TLID Team Liquid Indonesia, and of course their Academy team from Indonesia as well.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to see the Plata Legends because they are one of the matches that will be able to witness their fight off here for the Swiss bracket. So that's going to be interesting here from the participating teams from the Indonesia teams.
Yeah, Plata Legends Esports, I believe they've been known as community heroes so far. They haven't actually had a regular season run, but they look like they're about to break through. And of course, the main region that we'll be covering today will be Cambodia with their very interesting playstyle House, CFU, Duck Rise, Esports, IQ Phoenix, and of course we got PRO, TSV, also known as Team SV, and of course Team Valhalla as well. And Valhalla, I believe they will be playing against their fellow Cambodian region, CFU, today. So it's gonna be top seed versus community heroes. So we get to see whether top seed gets taken down in that similar meta fashion.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we're covering 5 of the teams of Cambodia itself, so this is going to be interesting to see what's going to be like for all of the teams. Now, next up from the other region is going to be Myanmar as well as Singapore. We got Team AI Esports, Team Mythic, as well as Evil and Reef Esports. Any thoughts about the Singapore? I mean, you are representing Singapore right now, so any thoughts about it?
This is straight up targeted at me because I am from Myanmar and I am from Singapore as well.
Okay.
So yeah, Mythic Seal and AI Esports. AI Esports, of course, they looked so strong but did not perform as well in the playoff season. Could not make it to the grand finals. And Mythic Seal is that super team that was put together to fight against Falcon Esports of Myanmar. But Falcon Esports took away that reverse sweep, getting that representation for M6. Now, Mythic Seal, they have a lot to prove. They are an extremely strong team. Meanwhile, Singapore, Evil, and Rift. Very strong team, but Rift, I believe they have changed their roster. So we will have 2 different members of Rift Esports. I believe FMM will be on the gold lane and Lucian QD on the roam, not Pancake anymore. But now we have the Swiss brackets. This Swiss system is explained best by just winning games, right? Best of 3. If you win 1 game, you are placed in that 1-0 green region. But if you lose the series today, you are in that 0 region, where we will proceed with day 2. That round 2, if you lose 2 matches. Anytime you lose 2 matches, you get eliminated. And right now, it's looking as if you have to win that first series no matter what. You don't want that to be that 0-1. Because if you lose 1 game, you are assured that you will be playing 5 series. So you need 4 series of 4-0 wins to proceed on to the next qualification group. And now, as we have it, as we go on with the day and the tournament, we will see teams get thinning out once they reach that 2-loss stage, and eventually we will have that 4-1 tiebreaker where they have to play that 5 series, 5 series of best of 3 and eventually qualify. And if you take a look at the bottom right, yeah, we have 4 qualified teams coming out from this open finals.
Yes, sir. So pretty much the short version of what we've already explained. I know it's definitely a lot to take in. Probably most of the viewers are having a little bit of struggle. I myself also had a lot. I don't know about you, Mo, but I had a lot of study when it comes to the tournament brackets itself, whereby I wanted to understand how much of the fight they had to put up with. Pretty much the simplest way to put it out for those of you guys who are watching SPS, you just gotta win 4 matches. If you win 4 matches, you're already good to go to be the qualified teams into the challenge group stage itself. But if you didn't make it, you gotta go through 1 after 1 rounds, and you gotta meet with those who also didn't actually manage to win the rounds themselves as well. And even though you didn't manage to actually put out a really good fight on the first round, at least you will be able to redeem yourself on the second match. Just make sure you don't lose 2 times, because if you lose 2 times, that will guarantee you an ultimate elimination straight away here for the open finals.
And yeah, I mean, we do have the teams to watch as well that will be appearing on my right. And these are the teams to watch so far, right? We have identified what they are capable of. Fnatic, Onyx, PH, a household name. And meanwhile, Team Aurora taking out the champions of M5. Meanwhile, Team Vamos really proved themselves just yesterday at the MPL MY playoffs as well. Even though they did not get the victory over Team SRG, they were the 2nd seed and they were fighting the MSC champions.
Agree, definitely. I mean, this is again fresh off from the MPL wise. We've already seen what these teams can actually do and what the achievement and even all the power that they have already put out inside the MLBB scenes. And talking more about how the fact that they're right here inside our open finals is going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to actually do to those who are going out from the open qualifier itself, right?
Yesterday there were people saying in MPL MY's live chat, right? They were talking about the Demon Kite and Chibi rematch. Like, when will they meet? So they might potentially meet in these group stages here, even before M6. So we might find out what their face-off entails if Aurora is ever matched up against Team Vamos. Yeah, so it's really interesting. Yeah,
Agree, definitely.
Yeah, so the games for today, as we said, first game, the one that you see on top, Rift Esports versus Team SV. Second game, we have Duck Rice Esports versus Perta Legends Esports. And of course, game 3, Smart Omega or Omega Esports versus IQ Phoenix. And we have CFU Gaming versus Team Valhalla, KH represent.
Yes, sir. I think pretty much for the Cambodian wise, they can definitely be really excited for all the 3 matches. And from the Philippine sides, as well as from the Singapore sides, and as well as Indonesia, they'll definitely be watching out from the side of Reef Esport versus Team SV, Perta Legends, and as well as Smart Omega Esports.
And what's really interesting to me right now is today, Rift Esports versus Team SV. It's gonna be a clash of very different meta. Like, from what I understand from the other casters, what they've been telling me about the different meta differences, Singapore tends to go for a more macro-based playstyle where they play for the map, small advantages in terms of having that net worth lead. Meanwhile, Team SV, they are known for that KH playstyle. Really brawl, very heavy. But now, Rift Esports, we have the lineup. Bear will be on the EXP lane. Kev Swan coming in as the jungler. Melon on that mid lane. Lucian Coyote on that roamer. And FMM used to be Team X Team Bleed, now on that gold lane as well. So we won't see the likes of Pancake. Canonial will not be playing today. And Chu will be replaced by FMM. And Rift Esports, this lineup, it looks very scary on paper, but they have not played together as 5 in a regular tournament.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, you got 2 of the new members into the Rift Esports, so it's gonna be an interesting fight off, especially to see how the chemistry will build out for this team of Rift Esports. Now, going into their opponent is gonna be Team SV. I think pretty much, I feel like Team SV, we've already seen them fighting off from their open qualifiers. It shows how they're potentially be able to actually put out a really good fight here with the team of Rift Esports itself. Now, moving on to the lanes of it. So we got Rebellion here for the EXP, Aizen as a jungler, Denzo as a mid laner, Wukong as the roamer, as well as Sad Boy as the gold lane.
Yeah, and Team SV known for having Rebellion on that EXP lane. He specializes in all those high mobility EXP laners, and they have a very big brawl playstyle, right? KH region is known as the region that normalized the fighter mid lane meta. They brought out the Paquitos, they brought out the Martises, Terizlas, they threw them on the mid lane, and they somehow found that it worked. So it might be even shown today where Singapore has brought that kind of slow meta in. Like, they brought that fighter mid lane, we see NIP Flash, they did take out that Martis mid lane as well, but KH region, that's where it all started.
This is going to be interesting. I think that pretty much it shows how different playstyle will definitely be put out here from the open finals itself, and how it's going to be like. Will it be a slow-paced game for both of the teams, or will the one who will be more giving aggression that will be put out here for the game itself between Rift Esports as well as Team SV?
Yeah, so I got a very interesting question for you, Fasha Bunny. So, who do you think will win today? Who do you think is gonna win? Is it gonna be a 2-1? Is it gonna be a 2-0?
I mean, for me, in my prediction wise, where I put out to the production, I literally put out Rift Esport. I think because I'm more of a fan of my neighbor itself, Singapore. Not to say, I mean, come on, we gotta support each other, right? I mean, not to bring down on KH or anything, but pretty much I think it's gonna be 2-0, probably. But I like the fact that you put 2-1. There's a possibility of giving a chance that Team SV might be able to steal one match point from Reese Sport. Any reason for that, actually?
Yeah, I feel that Rift Esports as a team, they only have 3 members which are ex-Rift Esports. Like, I mean, they are still Rift Esports. They have just recently changed their roster. They are facing with new players coming in as well. And meanwhile, for Team SV, they bring a different meta into the table as well. So Rift Esports might struggle to deal with that high pressure meta coming out from Team SV, which is very prominent in the Malaysia and KH region as well. They go for these team fights. They are not really focused on the macros. They will come at you as 5-man death balls. And Team SV, they are known for doing that. I've watched their MPL Cambodia, and I mean, everyone is running S5. So Rift Esports might struggle to get their macro gameplay going.
Oh, I like that thought. Okay, there's a possibility that could be the reason why Rift Esports will have the difficulty. But I feel that maybe with the added members, or even with the transfers coming in, that could actually give them a little bit of beneficial. I mean, learning from a different region or even from a different team, that could actually boost up a little more momentum for the teams. But then again, that could also backfire. I don't want to jinx it yet, because the fact is, I know there's a certain amount of time that you get a different experience or even learn new gameplay from a new member. It will boost up your team. But at the same time, when you don't click as quickly as possible, it could actually falter your teams as well. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, and I believe there's a very good point that you put out, like a new team member that is coming in, right? Kev Swan, I believe, used to be from TSV. So, yeah, in Rift Esports, there is a member, the jungler, I think Kev Swan, right? I think he was wearing a TSV jersey, if I'm not wrong, in that picture. Yeah, so Rift Esports, they might have some information, some inkling of how TSV are going to play. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward in this series. But of course, we want to see how they adapt to the newer meta that has been introduced so far. Because in MPL SG, it was one of the first regions that played the regular season into the playoffs. So our Zusin and our Suyo meta came at a very later timing compared to the rest. So now TSV, they are used to that, using that Suyo. They are used to using that Zusin. Their meta was pretty much solidified already at that point. Whether Rift Esports, they can keep up with that meta is going to be very important.
Agree, definitely. That's also another thought to be put out as well. I mean, the fact that we have to think about the drafting wise of each and different teams coming out here for the open finals itself, because the fact is, you talked about the metas, right? Suyo, are they going to actually bring it out, or are they going to actually take it out away? Because the fact is, there's a chance, the possibility that we've seen a lot of the teams that would not want to actually have that bear of the risk of having Suyo or Jushin into the lineup itself. They will probably ban it out first. So this is going to be interesting to be put out here for both of the teams from Rift Esport as well as Team SV.
Yeah, definitely both teams, they have a lot of thinking to do. Especially, I'm interested in this kind of drafting, right? It's always a 4D chess move between the coaches where you want to take out their meta heroes as much as possible, whether they have studied Team SV, because both teams, they are well-known teams. They have played their MPL regular season. In terms of Rift Esports, of course, making it to the playoffs. Team SV might not have made it to the playoffs, but we are going to see whether KH region, they can prove themselves as a strong meta-defining team, because every region, they have their different play styles. And Team SV, they are known for picking their Terizlas, they're known for picking their Lapu Lapus. The EXP lane is completely different from the rest of what APAC is doing. We see in Malaysia, we have the Phobias, the Khalid being very much priority. Now the Suyo appearing as well, but now we will see it live on our screens below here. So right now, already Rift Esports already taking out the Hayabusa, and Team SV taking out Zusin.
So that's what I was talking about. Definitely, you actually figure out that Jushin as well as Suyo is one of the metas, and we talked about how are they going to actually put it out as an option for the lanes itself. But turns out they're taking out Jushin. I think Hayabusa is pretty much one of the popular bans inside any other tournaments. They really don't want Hayabusa when it comes to the mobility wise, when it comes to the rage wise. You definitely don't want that capability to be put out in either side of the teams itself. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, and what the Zusin ban really wants me to highlight is that Zusin has been used as a counter towards Suyo multiple times. Like usually, if you give the team Zusin and Suyo, it's 99% of the time it's a guaranteed win. If you give away the Zusin and the Suyo, of course. But now taking out the Zusin and Team SV, they are on that red side, I believe. Oh no, this is Rift Esports below. Not too sure whether the UI is correct, but yeah, Zusin and Suyo will be taken out as a whole together. Now Hayabusa and Alpha, I feel that it might be a read on how Kev Swan likes to play, because if Team SV, they know their own teammate, it would be good for them, right?
Agree, definitely. I mean, maybe the possibility they've already known Cav Swan when it comes to becoming a jungler. You try to take out as much of jungler's option to be put out here for Team SV. I mean, again, both of this side of Rift Esport, they're pretty much prioritizing on any kind of heroes that actually use all the ranges, all the mobilities to them to be put out. And these are the two top heroes to be put out. And now we got Chip also been put out as the ban.
Yeah, I believe Chip has a 100% win rate in all the MPLs combined so far. Yeah, so Chip is really a strong ban that you had to take out. This hero is just a bit too strong at this point, where teams, as long as you can communicate that shortcut, is going to be just a very pivotal tool to join that team fight. And we see that similar fashion from the Luoyi, but it's just that the shortcut provides a two-way street. You can join the fight and you can exit the fight as well. So that chip mobility, extremely strong to deal with. You have to take it out. But we have a lot of high priority picks in the pool. Like if you think about it, right? There is still that Phoveus. There is still that Khalid. Angela, yes, finally being taken out. Yes, but that still puts Ling in the table. Nolan is still in the pool as well. So in terms of these picks, they have a lot to choose from. The goal laner, you can think about the Harif, the Lunox, the really strong goal laners that are possible to be picked up. And we do see that Team SV, I mean the blue side, would be the first pick, right? How do they open here? Do they go for that Ruby opener that they know for? Or do they prioritize their EXP laner?
Ah, that's true. That's definitely true. And then pretty much we definitely see the patterns wise, they pretty much definitely prioritize more on EXP as well as mid lane, because they don't want to make sure that, we got Gatot Kacha as the first pick.
Yeah, the God of Kacha really very strong right now because of the fact that you can have the Avatar of the Guardian. It's a pseudo mobility tool where you can join the team fight, as well as that battle spell being that revitalization, right? So you can join in, you can heal up your teammates, get the team fight going. You want that sustained team fight. Then Rift Esports, if they are going to answer to this, usually what we see out of these teams to answer towards the Gato Kacha is having a similar control, where whether you pick up that Vexana, whether you pick up that carry to burst the Gato Kacha down. Rift Esports, they will have to think about dealing with this sustained team fights. And they do go for the Hylos and the Eve. Okay, it's a very strong zone control. So Rift Esports, you can see that they are going for a very strong zone control. I really like Melon's usage of the RWM on the Eve, because he has very good discipline to when it is being used. And it's very important, right? When the Avatar of the Guardian is used, then you use the real world manipulation. If it comes out too early, that Avatar of the Guardian is just going to destroy you.
Oh, this is very tricky. I like the fact that Rift Esports is like, wow, okay. Just when I was like saying that they responded really well with the God of Kacha, but now Team SU say like, no, we'll bring up Chao as well as Oh wow, this is amazing. I think the fact that Team SV, they're already prioritizing Garukacha as the one to actually mobilize things. They'll give a lot of the health support wise. Now we got Cho to actually secure controlling wise, crowd control wise, and as well as this is interesting from the side of Team SV, definitely.
Yeah, Cho really good at very much of having that pickoff potential, that high mobility as well. That control immunity helps, especially in that real world manipulation. But the more interesting pick is also that Valentina. That
Yeah.
Valentina already has a buffet, right? He can steal that real world manipulation. He can steal the glorious pathway as well. And Rift Esports, they will be prioritizing the jungle pick. The Nolan must be picked up right now because from what Team SV they have been doing, their batting patterns, they took away 2 junglers already. They cannot really take away another jungler. We're not too sure what Kev Swan is capable of, whether his hero pool is wide, but having that Nolan in their pockets right now, I mean, with the bans, they can take out more junglers, right? We can see them try to take out potentially the what's it called? The Ling? Yeah, and potentially more of, like, let's just say Hayabusa is out, Alpha is out, Suyo is out. There's so many meta junglers that are out. So Team SV, they will be on that secondary pool, like no longer the tier 1 picks, but they will be on the tier 2 picks. Nolan, of course, still in that tier 1.
Agree, definitely. So at least with Nolan and the side of Reeve Esport, this is gonna be okay. Production just decided to say like, oh, finally the faces of casters are not being covered up by the drafting. But anyway, looking on the side of the banning now, I think that pretty much Team SV has already got it down, and they know for a fact that Rift Esport having a little bit of struggle on the option size of the junglers itself. So I like the fact that Rift Esport has finally responded well with putting out Nolan as their option here.
Yeah, and TSV, they might be looking to take out the premium Romos from Rift Esports. If there is a lot of Rome to think about, they need to worry about still having that Ruby in that pool. But instead, both teams are opting to just cancel out the goal laners. I mean, Beatrix, of course, very strong, but FMM, not exactly really a Beatrix user in the recent season, of course. But before that, of course, his Beatrix was very strong, but FMM, he's been a roam for the longest time. Finally, on that goal laner, might not have that similar meta shift in him. Meanwhile, Rift Esports, if they want to take out more goal laners, there's still the Harif in the pool. There's still the Moskov in the pool as well. The Claude, of course, being taken out. The carry would be one of the premium picks as well. It deals with both Hylos and Gato Kacha very strongly in terms of having that singular target damage shred. That light wheel is always extremely potent, but the Irithel coming out from Rift Esports, Irithel not really too much in the meta until recently, right? MPLMY, they did bring it out multiple times, and it has shown to be a very potent tool.
Oh, okay. Irrital. I think because the fact that they've already seen how Irrital has been put out as the gameplay, as the strategy-wise, so they don't want to actually have that here for the Open Finals. It's actually a good thought, and they ban out 1-1 as well from the side of Team SV.
Yeah, I'm really surprised because Team SV, if they pick the 1-1 themselves, it's really very strong, right? They might have been thinking that FMM might want to play the 1-1, which is good, but is not really synergistic with their lineup. The Cho 1-1 is really strong, but Rift Esports, they've yet to pick up a goal laner. You can still think of the Harif because Bear having that glorious pathway together with the Zayman's Force, that's just a lot of zones of control that you need to think about, where every moment where you're stepping on that field, you're gonna get slowed down, especially if you have the glorious pathway, the real world manipulation on top of that with the Zayman's Force, but they do opt for the Nathan instead.
I mean, again, a questionable choices inside the ban itself. I mean, you give a great note there when it comes to how then if they able to actually grab that from themselves, that's going to be a great team up from the side of Rift Esport, unless there's a possibility Team SV picking up themselves the Harith in the hands.
Yeah, and this is, I think, might have been a small little blunder, maybe because Harith having that Zayman's Force, it's also very good on Team SV, right? If you think about it, Valentina, you can steal away the real manipulation. You can steal away the glorious pathway as well. So it's going to be extremely scary. And the Link still in that pool, not being banned out. Yeah, they're going to pick it up for themselves. So Team SV, they look like they got a pretty good draft. Riv Esports left with the Roamer. I mean, at this point, do you still go for that Ruby to counter out that Cho? Or do you go for something tankier on that frontliners? Because Riv Esports, the only thing that you have on the front line is that Hylos, right? Once the Hylos gets chunked down, your backline is not going to be safe at all. And trust me, Ling will be on that backline with the Tempest of Blades.
Agree, definitely. So right now, pretty much the back line from the side of Reef Esport can be seen a little bit weak on the side of them, and there's a possibility they need to cover them up, and they picked up the one and only right here. And finally, we got the full drafting for both sides of Team SV as well as Riv Esports.
Yeah, it will be a roaming Hylos. Roaming Hylos, really good, but in terms of having that early game invasion meta, would not be as strong as a Cho, right? Cho has much more mobility, having
Yeah.
that concussive blast as well. I mean, it's going to be extremely strong from Cho. And Hylos, you don't really get that much more of lane priority when you compare it to what a Cho has. But of course, you have a Eve. So yeah, maybe you're working with what's right, but I really gotta favor Team SV's draft here. What do you think?
I gotta pretty much favor more on Rift Esports wise because it's a little bit challenging on them. That could be a little bit interesting. But then again, when it comes to security, I do agree that Team SV has got it down. The question is, with the idea that has already been portrayed for Team SV, will it be the same inside the game right here? And this is gonna be our first match of the day, guys. Team SV versus Reef Esports.
Yeah, both teams. Okay. I mean, we are in technical pause at the moment, so we can continue to talk about who we think is gonna win, right? So
Yeah.
definitely in terms of having that late game insurance, that Nathan is gonna be a very strong late game
True.
tool as well. And of course, you have that AOE damage to shred through with the entropy and the reverse clone, but it has to be around the 12 to 15-minute mark where you get your power spike going. Nathan. Before that, you're not going to have a similar advantage compared to the Harif, where you can lay down that Zamon's Force for that just team fight control. So it's going to be very important on how TSV do this. They are a very early to mid-game lineup, where
Agree.
if they don't win your lanes, they are pretty much doomed.
That's true. I do agree on that note though. And the fact that Reef Esport, they gotta be really careful on the early games itself, and they know for a fact that once they actually be able to buff out, they'll be able to actually stand out most of the early game fights, and they'll be able to actually because we've talked about it. I think you've already put out on the platter itself saying that Team SV, they prioritize when it comes to team fights. So this is Reef Esport have to be careful when it comes to Team SV, shutting them down instantly earlier games and giving them a lot of the potential when it comes to goals as well as them buffing themselves up. So Reef Esport, if they can actually mobilize or controlling on that early games, that will be able to help Reef Esport to shut down all the attempts that Team STV can actually do against them throughout the game.
Yeah, and in terms of just timings alone, I feel that the Hylos death counter would be very important, right? How much times will the Hylos die early game? That's going to be very important when translating into that mid game, because Hylos, you know that the sustainability just translates very well, scalability into that mid game, into that late game. So Lucian QD's death counter, very important. If he does not die too many times before that 8-minute mark, before the first Lord spawns, he might have the sustainability to pull through.
Agree, definitely. So far right now, we are seeing a little bit of scrimmage. They are trying to push in. We got Team SV a little bit more confident trying to push into Lucian QT, but then at the same time, they are doing a little bit good space range between each other. So that's a really good potential. Sad Boy right here giving a lot of damage already to FMM, and FMM had to pull away, knowing for a fact it's too risky with Aizen already giving a lot of the potential side of going to back it up. So FMM pulls away from the fight. Rebellion and Bear just hiding off in the bushes right now, just waiting out for the time being.
Yeah, and what I'm really curious about is going to be that goal lane matchup where, of course, Sad Boy is going to destroy FMM. Nathan does not have a good early game at all. But once you can buy time to the level 4, once you have the entropy up, it's going to be a much more even team fight. Once you go in, and whether the roamer, the Cho, he gets the way of the dragon in time before this first turtle fight. That would be going the way of Rift Esports, actually. Team SV, they are not prioritizing turtle at all. And this is one of the vulnerabilities of a link, right? If you do not have the buffs available, you generally do not prioritize the turtle at all. You want that purple buff, you want that orange buff before you go into the team fight at all. But look at the mid lane here.
Oh, no, we got seeing here, Kong was almost able to actually stung a little bit of Lucian T, but Lucian T was able to pull through. Gonna actually back out Melon for a while, not allowing Denzo as well as Wukong coming in, trying to tap again to fight it off with Melon, but at the same time, it's just a little bit of the jitters coming in between the two teams. Not much of a bad fight to a point that they're gonna actually put out any potential of first blood in the scene. But Danzo almost close to now trying to go in, pull through to Melon, but at the same time, we do see Kong has already been stunned by Lucian QT, going in for the push for Danzo, but this is 3v2 situation. Is it gonna be enough? Nope, but TSV still holding off their guidelines right here between the fights from the team with esports.
And what I'm really worried about right now is the fact that it's still 0-0 at 3 minutes in. Because TSV, they went for that link pick. Yes, they have that late game assurance. There might be a slight skirmish, but it does not matter right now because Team SV, they are also having that late game assurance, right? But Rift Esports, they have the hardest scalability. When you go into that team fight, that Infernal Pursuit is going to be scary. But Melon, in a bit of trouble.
No, coming in, airborne come through. Millen will be the first to be first blood by Aizen himself. Now pushing through to the side of Aizen. Aizen will be traded off by Lucian QT. Moving on to Wukong. Wukong unfortunately getting a lot of shots coming through, but at the same time pulling through away from those fights. Managed to actually get a hold of the situation with Lucian QT. We shut down, but FFM comes through with Rebellion as well. Now Sadboy will be the next victim, pushing through, but as Denzo coming in to back things up, they will not be able to take off Sadboy in that proceed.
Yeah, in the end, it's even Stevens for both teams, right?
Yeah.
Both teams neck and neck of net worth as well, 2-2. But of course, Rift Esports, they do secure that map advantage. And the fact that Kev Swan, he had more HP, he's able to get out alive, it would mean that he gets this turtle right here. And Kong might just be too late to go in. They have to cut their losses right now. TSV, they need to look for an opportunity, an avenue coming in from Kong on the Cho. And Cho, I mean, it's just very telegraphed towards Rift Esports that Cho would be the main initiator. All they have to do is avoid that way of the dragon, and they are safe. But Rebellion...
Oh, Bear coming in with the 4 obvious shots come through, but Rebellion will be able to pull through away from the fight itself before he was tagged out. But Lucian Tiguti on the other note, coming in for a fight with Denzo. He had a lot of damage coming through, but here's out. Skirmish comes through, shots coming through, takes down. Wukong will be able to take off first of all, but Kev Swan comes in, takes him down, and Melon will be the next victim as well. Now, Lucian Guti unfortunately was tagged off by Rebellion itself to cover things up. The backup comes through, and now Team Rift Esport will be able to get at least 1-1, but at the same time, Team SV having a little bit of struggle, at least with the help of Rebellion comes through. The scrimmage has already been done.
Yeah, and with the macro play going on at the top lane, Sadboy did manage to get that outer tier turret for himself. And this is going to be a slight worry factor when they reach their power timing, where Aizen is slightly ahead of Kev Swan right now in terms of kills, but not in terms of levels. So in terms of farm, he is there to actually join the team fights already with that Tempest of Blades. And once the Harif joins in, Rift Esports, they're going to have a bad time. Glorious Pathway already being used.
Oh, everyone comes through right here as they push in straight to Bear first of all. Aizen slays it off. Now coming in to the side of Kev Swan. Kev Swan having a lot of damage. He pulls through away. And as Team SV saws the opportunity, but ended up having Team Riv coming in for Denzo. But Denzo pulls through, and it is still a 1 win to the side of Team SV.
Yeah, and very good call by Team SV. just identifying that entropy timing coming in from Rift Esports on FMM. Once the entropy comes through, they disengaged, did not take that team fight because they could not go for any more objectives. But now this third turtle will be up. Rift Esports with 2 turtles so far, but still having that net worth lost. But they want to keep that net worth advantage going because they have the later game team lineup. So it's going to be extremely scary, especially when Rift Esports managed to get this third turtle. But Team SV.
Oh, coming in for skirmish again as they pull through. Oh, farming in all the side right here. Bear coming into the side of Denzel. Almost been able to shut it out, but unfortunately Denzel with Eisen coming up for the backup. Bear pulls through with Rebellion, try to do a lot of damage, and Team Rift had to pull away from the fight again.
Yeah, Team Rift, I mean, at this point, they are not at their power timings at all. TSV, they have the Zayman's Force. They will have Denzel with the IMW able to steal that glorious pathway. He's done it multiple times, and they have to be worried about that. Rift Esports, they're still trying to force a turtle. They do get it, though, but look at the back lines.
The backlights comes through right here, going in for Eisen, but doesn't manage to go to Bear. Still holding on for the side, but doesn't manage to pull through. Riv, the side of Rebellion, able to pull through and manage to actually shut them down. The attempts was a falter from the side of Team SV. I mean, at least they got the turtle, but then again, they still didn't manage to pull through with the gunfight. And at least the fact that they didn't actually manage to steal away from that fight, I mean, at least the falter from the side, they did manage to actually take down Denzo in the process.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they're slowly racking up their advantages, right? They got the turtle, they got the kill, and it's not looking good for TSV. Their item timings are going to be up at this point. Lucian Cutie, we were talking about his death counter. He only died once as a roaming Hylos. And at this point, he's going to become an unkillable pony with that glorious pathway. And you do not want to put that damage onto him, especially with the revitalization. So it's going to be on Eisen to find that key target. If he can take out Nathan, that would be key. But of course, FMM, his positioning, and him having that Purify is going to make it a lot harder. Melon, I don't like him dying twice, but then again, his RWM timing is very important. Rift Esports, they have the stronger team fight. Meanwhile, TSV, they will have to capitalize on the mistakes of Rift Esports to find the singular pickoffs on the Cho, possibly on the Ling as well. So Cho, I mean, I haven't seen a Way of the Dragon getting a kick on to Kev Swan or FMM, so might be getting harder as we head on into this mid stages of the game.
Agree, definitely. And as we progressing, it seems that despite the fact that Team SV was supposed to have a really good guarded wise when it comes to the backline, or even as the one who has the most potential, but here Wukong coming in to fight with Lucian QT as they try to pull him away, but unfortunately with the backup coming in from Kevswan, still Wukong gets a lot of damage coming in. And this is where the fine line where Team Reef Esport, they have win a lot of those micro fights to a point that Team SV having a little bit of struggle to actually point out or even to actually catch off guards anyone from the team Respawn as well to maintain to at least have that potential of those fights.
Oh, the Athena shield coming out from Fovey is a very nice itemization coming out from Bear just to deal with Denzo and Sad Boy. And usually we don't see the Athena shield on the Phobias that often, so we can see Bear just being even more untamed, right? He can just jump in because all he has to worry about is that higher damage. But it would be just scary in that late game where Eisen has the damage to burst him down. So Bear, he needs to get his third item for that true power stack. But now the Lord would be danced around.
Oh, Lucian QT almost close enough to take down Denzo, but Wukong comes through for the backup. But at the same time, they're having a lot of struggle. Now, Eisen managed to actually go in for Lucian QT first of all. He takes it down first of all, and coming in with Denzo, back things up. But at the same time, FFF takes a double kill with that true on fight. And now, Team SV, even with the one win, Reef Esports managed to come through, and the Lord will be in the hands of Reef Esports.
Yeah, Lord going their way, team fight going their way, 3-1, 3k gold advantage, right? And you can see how much damage Bear is able to deal because currently that damage point is only coming from Sad Boy and it's nullified by that Athena shield that he built. So now he can go in just not to be scared of Denzo at all, and he's going down.
he is going down, and he takes down as well. But Wukong managed to pull through, did manage to bring back a little bit too ambitious coming in from Bear, but it's okay. He did what he needs to do to shut down Danzo first of all. But this is going to be an opening for the side of Team Resport as Lord marching through into that lane.
Yeah, and cycling through that Zamen's force would be very important for Rift Esports. They don't want to fight when the Zamen's force is up. But now Aizen might be a little bit of trouble. Lucian Cutie does find a little stun on him. But Aizen, he does manage to get away. But with the Lord marching down on that top lane, can they sync up the lane priorities? Only bottom and top so far. So they might not be able to take an inhibitor turret, especially since they're not in position.
Lucian QT trying to spot out Danzo. Coming in for Rebellion first of all, as Melon, FMM, it's gonna be Lucian QT to be taken off by Sad Boy himself first of all. But as the time goes by, here and out, they're gonna go in for Melon as well as FMM. Wukong spotted out Wukong first of all, but Rebellion comes through, taking down FMM first of all. And as we see, the progress comes through with Rebellion having a lot of damage taken down by Caps 1 as well. Now Sad Boy looking for a way out to pull through with Bear pushing in, but unfortunately, the fight has already ended as Team SV at least managed to actually protect themselves and having a lot of win from their sides.
Yeah, still net worth advantage on the Rift Esports. They might have lost 2, but they give up Rebellion's life in the process. And that's what I was worried about, right? Lucian Cutie becoming unkillable, wasting so much of the resources. And it just felt like that was a very disjointed fight coming in from Rift Esports. But if the team members were in position, Team SV, they potentially should have been shut down. It's just that Lucian Cutie was ahead of everyone else in that timing. And it just felt to me like, yeah, Team SV, they have lost their power spike so far, and they need to rely on Aizen getting that 6 items. Once he's able to jump that back lines, once he's able to jump Melon or FMM, that would be the key timing for them. And right now, it just doesn't look too good for Team SV.
So far, we are seeing a lot of the fights been instigated coming in from the side of Rift Esports. Even so, it was a little bit a slow pace coming in, but here on out, Lucian QT goes in for Rebellion. Shots coming through with at the side of Cat Spawn, comes through with a kill, and now they're pushing in. But we do see that Harris coming in with Wukong, having a lot of damage. Wukong will be the next victim. Now Danzo pulls through. Sad Boy also had to pull away from this fight, not allowing any more of the damage coming in from Team Rift Esports.
Yeah, and that was a very well-placed team fight by Rift Esports because that timing is essentially 6 seconds, right, before that Lord spawns. And this is where a professional team like really shines in terms of experience. Rift Esports showing that the team fight timings are still on point despite that little disjointed team fight that we had before. Now that we have all 5 members going in with that glorious pathway, they become unkillable, unstoppable, and just super fast to deal with. Team SV, they could not answer at all. And it's going to be extremely scary for the next few minutes, especially if they have nobody that's able to jump the back line. I mean, Melon, he's going to get a free RWM, and Lucian Cutie, he's just not dying at this point. And now FMM has shot up in terms of damage just because of the pure peel potential that Lucian Cutie brings to the game, where he is taking away so much aggro from Team SV, and this might be the final push coming in from Rift Esports as they are looking to cut them by the throats here. Rift Esports are going in.
We got the second lot coming in. Lucian QT as the one to pull through. We got FMM also backing things up. Rebellion having a little bit of slowdown damage coming through. FMM will be in. And we do have a little bit of micro fights as well on the other side, as we do see that Cas1 having a lot of damage, but FMM will be the one to take down Danzo. Now pushing in with Sad Boy as well as Rebellion, trying to shut down those Lord, but at the same time here, Bear, Melon as well as Lucian QT shuts down Wukong first of all, and now pushing in with Sad Boy. Sad Boy giving a lot of damage, but he did manage to take down Melon before FMM shuts him down, and now leaving on the Aizen as well as Rebellion. Rebel will be the next one, and Aizen doesn't know what to do anymore. As damage comes in, he will be the one to survive and try to hold on to tower, but this is a done deal for Team Rift Esports as they are holding on to the lifeline as they are the one to win this round.
Yeah, 6,000 gold advantage. Rift Esports did an extremely good job of pressing that advantage, right? That last team fight, you saw what FMM was doing in that back lines. His positioning, his spacing was very key, but what I really liked about him was his entropy discipline. He did not use his ultimate despite the fact that he had it, right? He could have potentially bursted them down, but he was waiting for more members of Team SV to spawn in. Once they go for the team fight, he set up the entropy and then he just bursted them down, and that was the winning move from FMM. Wow, Rift Esports, very micro intensive as well.
Agree, definitely. I think a great job coming in from Reef Esport, even despite the fact that Cavs1 having a lot of damage and he was almost close enough to be shut down. He managed to pull through, and Reef Esport focusing on one goal itself. They had their mindset already. They say like, doesn't matter, even though Cavs1 was having a lot of potential to be taken down, they still maintain a really good composure, shutting down most of the players of Team SB. And at the end of it all, the Lord managed to put through a lot of already damage into the tower to a point that there was nothing to be done for Team SV. A great job coming in from Rift Esports.
Yeah, and they knew their power timings really well because, of course, in terms of having that Harif, in terms of having that Ling, it just brings a different ball game, right? They had that late game assurance in terms of Aizen. Yes, but in that early game, I felt that Cho had to be the one to start everything, and they shouldn't have been scared to jump on Lucian Cutie in the first 5 minutes of the game, because at first 5 minutes of the game, what is a Hylos to you is just a very oversized creep that can probably stun, because you don't have that glorious pathway. All you have is that revitalization, and you have a lot of damage coming through. And if you look at the itemization coming out from Bear, his Thunderbelt into Athena Shield, that is just plain dirty, right? It's just to play against Sad Boy, it's just to play against Denzo. He does not care about Aizen because he knows that Aizen will not aim him. And Aizen, yeah, true to form, he was trying to take out Melon, he's trying to take out FMM, but if he knew that Bear had the Athena Shield, then Bear probably would have died multiple times, but he only died twice.
Oh, that's true though. And the fact that we are seeing they were trying to actually shut down Lucian QT a little bit too late, and to a point that even so when Lucian QT was the one to pull through to instigate doing a crowd control, that was when Team SV, they couldn't actually do a lot of the potential of defending wise for their side, and putting out a lot of the stun lives where Wukong could not even be able to actually even capture one of the players coming in from the side of Team Rift Esport. That was a struggle for Team SV itself here for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of having that advantage, Rift Esports, they just never let go the moment they had that third turtle. Once the third turtle fight was taken, he just converted it all the way, and just really well done coming in from the side of Rift Esports and using Bear as that initiation tool, right? We expected Lucian Cutie with that glorious pathway to go in first, but no, Bear was that initiation tool, and the fact that they can just pull that 1-2, I like that. Lucian Cutie is playing very well with FMM right now. They were on that bottom lane having that separated team fights in terms of having that macro decisions in that late game. Rift Esports, they still got it despite being a different team.
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, again, this is where the fine line saying that despite they are coming out as a new lineup, as a new roster, somehow those experience-wise coming from Lucian QT himself, as well as FMM, is pulling through for Team Rift Esports. From the side of Team SV, I think they pretty much thought a really good idea. We've even talked about this when it comes to drafting wise. They had a really good idea probably on the start of the game itself, where they had the crowd control on their side. They had at least Valentina as well as the side of Harith. I mean, we know for a fact that they could actually pick up a different hero to back things up, but then again with Harith they might be able to change things. But unfortunately with Team Rift Esport is just in a better position, as well as in a better way of going in for those teams fight. That's where Team SV falters for this first round.
Yeah, and really, I just felt that TSV, they did not capitalize on their draft. because yes, they had that power timing where Zaman's force was available. They actually went in, they took the team fight, yes, but they should have pushed the issue because they had that mobility, they had the Avatar of the Guardian coming in from Rebellion, they had Denzo with the glorious pathway, similar to what Rift did in later game. They can actually do it in that early to mid game, but it felt like Aizen was not together with the team. Of course, he was on the link, but he's just a late game assurance. If he had fought with his team just a bit earlier, he had enabled Wukong a bit earlier as well, that would have been great for TSV's momentum going into that later stage of the game, and Rift Esports would have been kept on a leash.
But we got here the MVP of the round itself. It's gonna be TFFM. I mean, I know that you guys are probably confused with the graphic wise. Don't worry, it's still FMM from Team Reef Esport himself. Just a little bit minor technical issues there. But with the KDA of 9-1-4 as well as 81% of kill participation, I mean, he was able to actually hold down his own lane all by himself, and he managed to pull through and giving a lot of the team fight for the team of Rift Esports.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they did a very good job of holding that advantage. In terms of knowing their win conditions, they're very strong as well. And in terms of using that Nathan Hylos combo, I just really didn't like that Hylos didn't die, right? Hylos is so scary if he does not die, and that's what makes him strong in the first place. And to counter that Hylos, what we usually see teams doing, if the Hylos is on the EXP lane, usually you play something like a lane dominator, like a CC, like a Yuzong, where the Hylos is kept out of the lane, where you put a glue we see in the recent meta as well. But now that it's going into the newer meta, Hylos in that roamer, he has been controlled by Cho. Yes, he has indeed been controlled by Cho, but only in the early stages of the game. That's where you need to capitalize on the Hylos' weakness. In that early 8 minutes of the game, before the first Lord spawns, you gotta kill the Hylos as much as possible so that his farm is not there, revitalization cannot be used, and in terms of your own farm, you're up there because you're killing that Hylos so many times.
Agree, definitely. So again, why when it comes to the defense-wise of Team Rift Esport, or not just defense-wise, when it comes to the team fight itself, they've already got it down, and to a point that I like the note that you talked about, how Team SV was a little bit too afraid to actually go in first of all, because they should have the potential started off first. But then, even so, we did saw they try to pick one after another. They even try to go in for a fight with Lucian QT. I like the fact that Melon was always there to back things up, and no matter how they try to actually pull away Lucian QT, they still couldn't manage to do so. And that could be one of the key points, the reason why Reef Esport managed to pull through. And even so, even from the first success of the title itself, managed to have an idea or even a prediction of how Reef Esport was just in a better formation.
Yeah, and TSV, I mean, yeah, you see from the first few team fights, Lucian QT already taking out Aizen. This was not a very good look because they secured their first turtle off of this, right? TSV, they did manage to get even Stevens 2 for 2, but the fact that Kev Swan is alive, and now their power timings, yes, is through. Aizen is fighting as well, and this is what they should have been doing. They should have kept on pushing that advantage, kept on pushing that pace, especially at this 5 to 6 minute mark where the Zaman's force is up. But look at this, they're too afraid to fight the next few team fights, and with the 5-man not available and the entropy being there from FMM, they're just going to fall one by one because Denzo was that main target coming through. This segmented team fight, very beautiful, coming in from Rift Esports, taking fights on both ends, even though Aizen was trying to get the backline away, he just couldn't do it because at that point you just don't have enough damage because your team isn't there. And now the entropy usage by FMM comes out to clear the rest of the team. He had that ultimate the whole time, but used it when Aizen joined the team fight because he held it just for Aizen.
And the fact that we keep on seeing Wukong was a little bit late off trying to pick up one after at least one of the tide of the team Reef Esport, and that's a struggle coming in for Team SV, because the fact is, if you have one to not be able to actually go in for the goal itself to shut down Reef Esport, that is where Team SV could not do anything, and Team Reef Esport found the potential, shut them down for good, not allowing anyone to come in from the back line itself, and to a point that no matter what they do, Team SV just fails in the contempt of trying to fight off for those micro fights itself with Team Reef Esports.
Yeah, and I really want to see Team SV succeed, right? Because they need to bring up the tempo. Like you can see that their team fight, they're meant for this tempo. They are meant to just push the advantage, keep it going, just choke away the enemy resources, take away the enemy's jungle, and they were doing a great job in the early game where Harif was taking out the towers, joining in team fights with the Diamond's Force. Aizen was present in all the team fights, but once it got to the mid stages, they began to show a bit too much respect, where Denzel was getting shut down and Denzel had to retreat, but the rest of the team did not collapse. They just were trying to usher Denzel away, trying to save him as much as possible, but that's not the premium KH style that I'm so used to seeing, right? Because KH is known for, if you're gonna take away my team member, I'm gonna take away yours. I'm gonna jump into the team fight, I'm gonna force a team fight and keep it going. And that's what their lineup was all about. That's what I wanted to see from Team KH TSV.
Agree, definitely, because again, there was a lot of potential for screams. There was a lot of the point that way they were the one who instigate. Even Team Respawn was saying like, come on up, let's have a fight. But then there was a point of time where they tried to actually pull away, and when they saw that response from the side of Team Respawn, they ended up doing the same thing as well. So this is something we are seeing, that can they actually do the same case here for our second match? Because again, if Team Reef Esport pull through again with a success, they will be the first team to get a 2-0 to move in for round number 2. But Team SV, they gotta do something. They gotta go back to the drawing boards of what they've seen. Coming up for the banning, back again with Hayabusa out of the picture. We do see from the side of Riv Esport as well, Jushin, Soyu, the typical, as well as Alpha coming out as well. So this is a typical banning off, as well as Chip taken out from the process from both teams.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of premium picks in the pool, right? And you can still go for the Nolan. You can still go for a lot of the premium junglers. If you think about the roamers as well, the Matilda is still there. But Alpha Suyo, it has been taken out. But so far, you can work with a premium fighter as well. If you want to go for a fighter jungler, you can bring out the Roger as well. So for TSV, they have a lot of choices available, and they choose to open up with the Hylos. Very strong pick indeed. But let's see how Rift Esports just replies to that. Because Hylos, yes, you can shut him down easily, but you have to figure out where he's going first. Like if he's the EXP laner, usually we see teams play the Glue, usually we see teams play the CC. If he is on that roamer, you see usually more disrupt, where a Kaja comes out, where that singular target, Jawhead potentially, and the Cho as well. So these three might be coming out from Rift Esports, but of course they can go for the flex pick still.
I like the fact that they stole Hylos straight away from Reef Esports. The fact that they know how they don't want to actually allow it. But on the side of Reef Esports, they ended up stealing Gato Kacha from Team SV. And they also bring back Eves in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, the Eve looks like Melon is really comfortable on Eve so far, but it's not the only hero that he plays, right? So yeah, there's a lot more tricks up their sleeve. They're potentially not trying to show too many things in this current current best of 3 series. But yes, Eve Gato Kacha, very strong combo. But how does Team SV respond to this team fight? Whether they can shred through the defenses of the Gato Kacha, where we saw Rift Esports, they did bring out the Nathan. The gold laner would be very important here for Team SV.
Agree, and they got Harith again on the side of Team SB. There's a as well as Fovius been stolen away from Reef Esport. I think that Team SV has got it going down, saying that they're not going to allow any of the potential been put out by Reef Esport after their success, and they're going to actually use it against Team Reef Esports.
Yeah, with the Khalid ban out, that Fovius pick is something that I should have seen coming, right? Because the two premium EXP laners, the Fovius and the Khalid, you pick either one. But now that one is gone, you pick up the other, and Team SV, they just picked up one for themselves. And TSV, they have a very strong opening draft, but Riv Esports, they can potentially try and stop the Harif as much as possible. If they want, they can still pick up the Lunox for Riv Esports to destroy that Harif, make sure that he does not have a team fight going. But they go for the Matilda instead. Matilda, very strong at repositioning the Eve. The Gato Kacha can potentially be saved as well with the Avatar of the Guardian going in. So yeah, very just strong overall pick, but not showing their game plan yet.
Okay, interesting coming in from Reef Esports. Now we're looking for to see, okay, Angela will be banned off for the next one from the side of Reef Esports. I think the possibility of the mobility-wise to be put out to Team SV is very tricky. So I like the fact that they take out Angela, because you already have Harvit as well as Forbius, a lot of the potential of giving more support for themselves. They don't want Team SV to have much potential of defense mechanism, or even to have a choke on the side of Reef Esports itself.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, Angela would have been a very strong pick, especially with the shields from the Harif coming through. So yeah, really strong pick. But the TSV, I mean, on the other hand, they do take out the Bane, which is kind of niche pick, I feel. It is very strong. It is very strong. Riv Esports are known for doing that, known for picking the Bane, but not on Kev Swan. They're known for picking the Bane on Canonio, and he's not playing today, so I might have done the homework on the wrong player today, TSV.
Okay, interesting. I mean, again, this is a questionable choices made from Team SV. There's a possibility the coach knows the players coming out from Rift Esports, but then Ling being banned as well. This is going to be a bit tough from the side of Team SV, but we do see Nathan being banned. So Rift Esports, they have a lot of things to be going out right here for their own team.
Yeah, I mean, potentially if you want to kill two birds with one stone, you can pick up the Moskov as your gold laner. Of course, they go for that Nolan as well. Yeah, you can pick up the Moskov to just deal with the Harif. It's still a very even 1v1 situation without the help of the Roamer, and you can join the team fight whenever with the Spear of Destruction. So Rift Esports, they still have a lot of choices in terms of the gold laners. But meanwhile, for Team SV, they have yet to pick up their mage, right? To deal with the Eve, I mean, usually we see the Zhu Xin being used, but Zhu Xin is being banned out, so you will not have that available. The Aurora is really strong choice as well. We see teams pick up that Vexana as well, so potentially they can go for that Vexana or the Aurora if they choose to do so.
Agree, definitely. I mean, if you have someone to car controls, and we are seeing Vexana been picked up, as well as Fanny. Okay, all right. I like the fact that they already, again, Team SV wise, when it comes to drafting, I have to admit, this is, you've already talked about even from the first drafting itself, they love to cover every single ground. It just, when it comes to persecution, this is a question if they be able to pull through. I mean, you already have Aizen with Ling previously, but they didn't manage to pull through now. Can Fanny be able to change things around for Team SV?
The good thing about Rift Esports, right? I mean, about Team SV, right? Is that Rift Esports does not have any form of lockdown right now. That Fanny pick completely threw them off guard. They have nothing to catch the Fanny. So it's a very strong pick coming out from TSV. In terms of draft itself, very solid, and they do go for the Lunox. Lunox is a very strong pick for survivability and trying to fight the Harif, right? You win, you instantly win the Harif in terms of a 1v1 matchup. You have the power of Order Brilliance to avoid the Fanny, but it's not the end-all solution for Rift Esports. I mean, Fanny itself, it's a very hard hero to catch, and they don't have any lockdown, so it's potentially a free game for TSV if they play their cards right.
Agree, definitely. If they are a different team that been put out, because again, remembering back on the first draft itself, it was perfect, but they were a little bit too scared to pull through. Maybe this time around, if they have a really good drafting already, if they can pull through with a really good persecution, there's a possibility it's gonna go into 1-1. I'm actually in my favor right now. I'm already seeing side on Team SB. Previously, it was Riv because it was a little bit unorthodox, but there was a lot of potential to be put out because they were a little bit more aggressive side and they were able to pull through. Even when the team fights comes in, they were they were really good in timing off whether or not they want to actually pull out from the fight first of all, or they want to actually go in. So coming in right here is going to be game number 2 for the team of SV versus Reef Esports.
Yeah, will they tie things up or will Rift Esports run away with the 2-0 in that map advantage?
Let's see. Somehow we do see that Melon as well as Lucian QT trying to find a way. I mean, the fact that we have Vexana as well as Hylos on the mid, again, I do think that I'm in the favor of their teams because you have a lot of the crowd control on the side. So this is something that Team SV, they gotta actually really potentially do a great wonder for their persecutions. Now, going in the fight already, we do see on the mid lane a lot of damage, but Denzo a little bit too jittery to a point that almost been taken out, and with Rebellion managed to come in for the backup. At least Team SV is safe for a while.
And Fanny already going in with the execution. Malin finds himself extremely low here. Bear, though, might be able to catch Aizen here.
Oh, coming in, but nope, it doesn't. And Wukong on the other note, try to actually shut them down, probably slow things for Team SV, as well as it seems that Team Reef Esport managed to actually pull through. I mean, despite the fact that there was an engagement, there was a point that Aizen was trying to come in, still, it was not enough to go in for that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where the snowball effect of the Fanny is very important, right? If you manage to get a kill, like right now, he does manage to go through, but not able to find a kill, but does find a finish.
Finally he comes in, takes down Lucian Cutie first. That's the first blood for Fanny. And that's not going to be a good opening coming in from Team Rift. But as they try to actually pull the turtle, Wukong back things off, giving a lot of damage to Bear. Bear pulling away from the fight itself. As Melon coming in, they're trying to actually make sure at least this turtle will be open up for themselves.
Yeah, Rift Esports, I mean, with that Nolan, you expect some form of early game advantage, right? You want to get that early game advantage, that snowball going with that Nolan as much as possible. But we have not seen Kev Swan fight in that early game as much as he can because he knows that there's no lockdown for Fanny, so there's no damage being dealt to him. So Rift Esports, they will have a lot to deal with. Their RWM has to be used at that perfect timing to catch that split second where Fanny is available to be caught.
Contest coming in from the side of Total. Aizen will be the first one to take down, but at the same time, pushing it to the side of Melon, but they don't really go in for the fight just yet. They know for a fact they already got their win. That's a really good composition on the side of Team SV, to a point that no matter how much they try to actually contest that Turtle, it's still on the side of Team SV.
Oh, Kev Swan trying to find the fracture on the sad boy. Not able to do so, but in that back line, Kong.
Wukong comes in for the backup, but at the same time, he's having a lot of damage going in. But it seems that Team Respawn saying that they're not going to be too tricky or even greedy to go in for a fight just yet. But here, Aizen pulling it to the side of Melon. He goes in, shuts down Melon instantly. Lucian Cutie could not do anything now. Kev Swan, find a way, try to actually bait, but he's a little bit too late as Aiden already done a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that Fanny pick really proving to pay dividends for Team SV right now. Rift Esports, they're struggling to find an answer. I mean, what do you do? Throw a circling eagle in, throw anything in. There's no lockdown for the Fanny. He's still gonna be able to get that cable away, and there is really nothing present for the side of Rift Esports. They have to capitalize on the other members, right? You have to take out Rebellion, you have to take out Sad Boy, but all they have to do is play safe. And TSB, they're doing a great job of trying to funnel the farm onto Aizen as much as possible. Meanwhile, not giving their own lives in vain. It's still a 2-0 scoreline. As long as TSB, they try to keep it as even as possible, they will eventually win in that mid to late game stages.
And the fact that they are very aggressive now, this is where we see Team SV finally pulling through. 3-1 coming in right now, and Lucian Guti trying to actually mobilize. It's going to be the fight 2v1. Sad Boy managed to pull through away without any casualty. That was a really good move coming in from Sad Boy. But here, Wukong comes in. He goes in for the push, but it's not going to do anything as they stun in straight bear, and they managed to actually pull away with no sort of fights pulled through. But here on out, Team SV, it seems that they want to actually contest for the next title as Team Rip. It's going to be Lucian QT who goes in for a fight as we go Wukong. But Rebellion managed to steal away. Denzel takes on Caps 1, and now they're going to push in Sad Boy coming in for Bear as well as Lucian QT. But Lucian managed to go in for a fight. But as we progress, Denzel takes on Melon, and FFM managed to trade it off with Aizen, also managed to steal away the tower as well. But Denzel getting another double kill, and with another taken down by Lunox, now it's going to be a maniac for Denzel as Team SV looking better than ever.
7-1, Team SV with the first maniac of SPS, right? You don't expect that from a Vexana because in this stage of the game, the Vexana should have been chased down by Kev Swan. But
Yeah.
TSV, they did an extremely good job of target prioritization. Once the jungler is out, then Denzo, he can come in with that Nether Blast free of charge. But Aizen in a bit of trouble, but still, once again, they have an extreme lack of lockdown for Riv Esports. They cannot go for this lockdown plays. They cannot go for the pickoffs. All they can rely on is that 5-on-5 fights. And Kev Swan, he cannot be the first one in. It's going to be Bear or Lucian Cutie. They have to initiate. I don't really like the play from Riv Esports where they're sending Kev Swan in now.
Okay, this is it. We do see Team Reef Esport will try to steal away the buff first of all, but it's gonna give them at least some of the shots for a while. But still, it's not enough to pull through as team fights wise, it still looks very strong on the side of Team SV. Now, they know for a fact that they've already lost some of their towers, so this is a really potential from the side of Team SV to pull through for the next title. It's gonna be the third title coming up next, and Team Rift Esport is looking very, very weak.
Yeah, Riv Esports, in terms of that farm, not too far behind, right? 3K, 7 minutes, but still, they lack the lockdown to deal with the Fanny, but they require the farm to do so. So Riv Esports, if they can get a 5-on-5 team fight going where Kev Swan is not dying, FMM is not dying, they might be able to pull through. Their circling eagle has to find that perfect mark onto Denzel. If he's taken out of the fight, the Avatar Guardian lands, Riv Esports, they have that perfect dream team fight going. You have to take out that Vexana, you have to take out that Harry.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. Bear pushing on Wukong first of all. It's not gonna be the real target that they needed to pull through. Sad Boy as well as Denzel looking for a way. It seems that Denzel already put out a target to the side of Melon. It seems that Melon had to pull away, and Team SV doing a really good strategy-wise on the side of target. It seems that they do some damage right here. And Team SV going in for the pull right now as Wukong comes in. They books in for the side of Rebellion, but Rebellion already putting out a start for the side of Melon. Melon having a lot of damage right here. He's going out right here, but Melon managed to actually survive it out, and as they pull away from the fight, Team SV did manage to pull in to the side of that turtle, but now pushing into the side of Melon, just close enough to shut down, but Rebellion a little bit too overextension to a point. He was taken out, but still it's a win for Team SV with the currency-wise in their hands.
Yeah, Rebellion was doing the dirty work, right? Trying to keep the team away while Team SV was taking that turtle in that front ground. In the back lines, Riv Esports, they were unable to lock him down. And it's just so scary to watch because it's only a Phoveus, right? It's only the Phoveus in the back line. He's able to chase away 3 members. He was 1v3 at the point. And Fanny is jumping.
No, shuts down straight away to Kev's one, and that was a really beautiful, perfect shot coming in. And now Sad Boy looking for a way to the side of FMM as well as Lucian QT. They know they need to actually pull in, clears out all the minions straight away from the mid, and now pushing on to the 4 remaining players as Rebellion will be the one to open out straight away, coming off for the side of Melon. Melon having a lot of damage. He pulls away as fast as possible before becoming another casualty in the hands of Team SV. Too close to tell, but yet it was a really good composure coming in from Team SV.
Yeah, I mean, Riv Esports, they struggling to find an answer right now. They try to throw in everything with the rule of manipulation. they still could not get an advantage going. That was their 5-on-5 team fight, right? And they have no form of viability for pickoff. Lucian Cutie, I mean, that circling eagle needs to find a crazy mark. But Denzo's not going to show himself. Bear, he's trying right now. He's trying as the God of Kacha, and we see a team fight.
Finally comes in for the fight. FFM having a lot of damage, but doesn't manage to pull through. Now Bear will be the one to having a lot of damage. He pulls away from those fights, and as we see, Aizen comes in. Wukong takes on Melon with the help, and as if to pull in, Bear had to back things off. Aizen making a lot of damage, giving a good help to the side of Team SV to a point that Team Reef Esports could not respond back.
And this is what I was looking forward to see out of the KH region, right? That brawl mentality. Like, if you're gonna go in for that team fight, yeah, I'm jumping your back lines. And Aizen tried to do that multiple times on the link, but it shows that now his Fanny is performing to the highest degree. Already a 5k gold advantage going in from Team SV. This is a bit too far gone now. They will secure this Lord for free. And Rift Esports, they have no late game assurance, right? Only Nolan, who might be able to get that 6th item and burst things down, but that Lunox is not going to be enough. Glorious Pathway already being used here, trying to force them away from this purple buff here. TSV, they secure so much of the map for themselves. And Aizen, he has a Rose Gold Meteor already.
I mean, they cover up everything. They got 3 turtles. They already got the Lord in their hands as well. Marching in already to the bottom lane. And now, gonna go in for the scrimmage for the mid lane, and he's going in for a fight. Danzo will be the first to be taken out, but Melon finally pulls in, and there's gonna be an opening. FMN takes down Wukong as well, and shuts down Rebellion in an instant. But here Aizen coming in for the pull, but doesn't manage to pull anyone from Team Rift Esports. A little bit late, but finally Rift Esports find their answers.
And that was just perfect timing coming up for Rift Esports. They identified that Team SV, they were pushing at the worst possible timing, where Fanny was at the top lane and they had no lane priority. All they had to do was cut the creeps out. But there we have extended team fight. Aizen might be coming in from the back, but Sapboy gets taken out.
So about takes it out. Now Bear trying to push into Aizen. Doesn't manage to get a lock. I mean, Aizen a little bit slippery here. Trying to find a way to actually fight off with those who are still surviving. The Wukong comes back alive, and he's trying to find an opening. If they can actually find an opening, that could be the case here for Team SV. They know for a fact that Lot has already been shut down. Great respawn-wise from Brief Esports, but still, this is still a game for Team SV to win.
Yeah, that was a mistake coming out from Team SV to try and push that secondary tier turret. They underestimated the power of the real world manipulation, the ultimate coming in from Melon. Eve still has that control, right? He still has that small zone of control, and if you all walk into it, you're gonna die. So Team SV, I mean, I know you like to fight, but don't fight in that enemy turret.
Okay, let's see. So far right now, the first lot was taken out already. They still have the second lot, and Team looking away to actually go in for the scrimmage on the top lane. Spotted out, first of all, Aizen, pulling in straight away, but he's going to be a little bit slippery, and Wukong finds an opening, goes straight away for a fight, shuts down Lucian a little bit too slow, but he's going to be the first one to take down, takes on FFM as well. Now looking for Bear. Now it seems that Cave1 managed to pull through, but Bear will be the next victim by Denzo himself, and now leaving only 2 players for Team Reef Esports.
And that's the problem with Rift Esports lineup, where your damage dealers need to be all the way in front, right? FMM, he has a very short range where he's able to deal damage, and Team SV, they capitalize on that because you're going to jump into Zaymed's Force. You're going to jump into that Eternal Guard where you're going to get controlled. Even if you have that Power Order Brilliance, it's only for a split second. It's not going to be enough to save you from the team fight with that Flicker even. So TSV, they capitalize on that really well. Now, with the Enhanced Lord spawning on the map, they will be able to secure this for themselves. And Rift Esports, they will either have to fight or hold.
Let's see. Seems that Bear and Lucian Cutie goes into front side. They're not going to allow them to steal that lot, first of all. Rebellions looking to find a way, as we do know for a fact that Aizen is just on the back line, waiting for the right time, getting the info that he needs, first of all. And Rebellion goes in for 1v1 with Bear, first of all. Melon comes in. It's going to be Aizen who spot them out from a distance, looking for a way to shut down Team Reef Esports. They got to be careful here. Now comes in for a fight with Cavs1, first of all. Cavs1 having a lot of damage, but at the same time, they pull in. Aizen having a lot of damage. Great support comes in, and it seems to be Sad Boy shuts down Bear, first of all. Even though they managed to shut down Aizen's attempt for the backline. It is going to be Sadboy who goes in for the front.
Yeah, so many resources being used for just Aizen alone. Then Bear, he had to fight the front line so that the rest of the team SV could not collapse onto Rift Esports. But now they might have a slight timing window here if they choose to go and fight, but they cannot see the team that the map vision that we see. Of course, they see just the fog of war, and Melon would be choosing to just provide some vision here, and they just lost that timing window that they had.
Let's see, going in for Lord Wukong. Gonna actually bring into the side of Melon as well as Cas1. It's gonna be an opening. Slot has already been slain, and as FMM shuts down Wukong coming in, Aizen will be trying to push into the side of Bear. Bear having a lot of damage already. He's going to be the first one to be attempted by Denzo as they go in for the progression. Unfortunately, they pull away from the team fight, but FMM as well as Yukizi not gonna actually pull through because they wanna actually continue on, but team, as we say, is done deal already. They don't need to do any much more further. Just gonna wait for the lot to march in, as they only need that for them to pull into the baseline of Team Rift Esports.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they will have to do the same thing again, where they have that lane priority going well for them, and Aizen needs to clear out that lane. And then they can potentially take the team fight. But now the enhanced ward is up, and Aizen is going in.
Aizen going in for a fight with Luchiguti. Does have a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough though. He's not going to go in. Spotted out Luchiguti. Oh, but Luchiguti managed to pull through. The Lord was already being taken out a little bit too slow for the fight. Instead, they could have actually utilized it, but in the end, Team Rift Esports, a great defense-wise, and now they have a reset that they need for their team.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they do a very good job of clearing that Lord, knowing that TSV, they do not go for that macro, right? They do not go for that 3-lane priority when they go in. And that's the first mistake that TSV made, where Rift Esports, they won the team fight. Because the rest of the lanes, they were not shoving in the same time. And this is what KH Meta struggles a bit with, like that lane priority, where the rest of the lanes, they do not need to worry about it. So Rift Esports, they can cast their eyes on just that singular lane alone, and this is what separates one of the top few teams from maybe just a good team. Like the best team from the good teams always get separated by this level of macro. And Rift Esports, they've been using it to their advantage. So far, even though it's 14-7, they've been keeping the net worth equal, but teamfight's still not gonna go their way because their lineup isn't just it. I don't think it's it, man.
Agree, definitely. I mean, 14-7. I mean, the great fights already been put out by Team SV itself, but here on out, they're gonna actually try to steal away the buff from the side of Team Rift Esports. Again, this is just pretty much a cover for Team SV, controlling each and every single angle of the map itself for themselves. Team Rift Esports, I know they have been doing well, but they're pushing out to the Aizen. Aizen getting a lot of damage. He pulls away from fight, but at the same time, Bear having a lot of damage, and they managed to back things up. By the same here, Lucian Cutie trying to pull into the side of Wukong, doesn't manage to pull through, and in the end, that scrimmage ended off before Team Rift Esports could do anything.
Oh, and Rift Esports, they've been trying to catch Aizen, right? That taunt coming through from Bear, being used as the only control tool, not being able to catch Aizen, that's just bad news because he still has that immortality up. And not getting rid of that immortality, this Lord fight is all for SV here. As Rift Esports, they will have to deal with the pressure that Aizen brings.
Kevz1 already been spotted out. 1v1. Aizen comes through. Kevz1, gotta be careful here. Pushing in, but Aizen doesn't go in for a fight just yet. Leaving Kevz1 just a little bit, but we do have a team fight right here at the Lord side. Sad Boy coming in for a side. Wukong also pulls through to Bear. Bear will be taken out first of all, as Lucian Kuti looking for a way out. No, unfortunately, couldn't manage to do so. And Aizen, it seems that Kevz1 had to actually join in. Rebellion, unfortunately, still survive it out. Gonna go in. Lucian Kuti spotted it out, and Wukong almost been taken out, but Kevz1 managed to take him down as well. And now it's gonna be one more fight to be put out as they pull into the side of Denzo. Kevz1 and Sad Boy also managed to shut down Melon. There's gonna be a trade, but Kevz1 doesn't manage to go in. He did! He shuts down Sandboy, and this is gonna be a good win from Rift Esports, and they need to get this lot immediately before Aizen comes in. But Aizen pushing into FMM. FMM having a lot of damage here. He still survived it out, but no, one more shot to go. Aizen didn't manage to survive.
Yes.
And shuts down full through from FMM and Team Rift Esports.
Oh my god, Rift Esports, they might have done it here. The rest of Team SV, they're nowhere near spawning.
No! Wow! we see it right here. The one who secured the first round. It is gonna be Riv Esports for the first match of the day. 2-0 in their hands.
Yeah, 2-0 in their hands. They were dealing with a Fanny that was unanswered for. And Rift Esports, they show great tenacity in overcoming these obstacles, right? They wait for the mistakes from the opponent, and they are playing that very clean macro game where they identify that, yeah, there is no push coming through, because if the Lord comes through this side and the rest of the lanes, we don't have to worry about it. We can just clear the Lord one at a time, because there is no bigger gameplay coming in from TSV. All they want to do is fight, and Rift Esports, they just slowly adapt so well. The way that they are able to use Bear to use that taunt, the way that they are able to just segment the team fights. In the last team fight, you saw that there were fights on both ends of the map, and they somehow still managed to come through.
I think that was actually the mistakes comes in from Team SV. We keep on seeing a lot of the mistakes was done by Team SV because, I mean, they are well known when it comes to the macro fights, the team fight itself. That's where they will be able to rise out top as the one to contest, or even to be the one to raise off to the top. But then when we saw that Team Riv Esports spotted out Aizen all over the map, and they know the right time, and Kevswan, I like the fact that he played out with the time. He knows Aizen was already eyeing him, and he just shut it off. It doesn't matter. He will be the one to give that opening for a side of 4 of the players of Riv Esports to make it through on that Lord side. And Aizen was a little bit too slow, but as they come in, they shut down Danzo, they shut down Sadboy, and even with Aizen try to pull away the players of Riv Esports, is still not enough. And Riv Esports, they surprise us off really, really hard here for the second game.
Yeah, Kev Swan, I was gonna say, right? Really, he managed to keep Aizen at the top lane.
Yeah.
All the time. He was playing with those rocks. This is how you play against a Fanny, right? If the Fanny is going to jump you and you are in that isolated area and you have that ability to jump over rocks, this is how you do it. Like, you gotta play with the obstacles as much as possible because she's hindered by the obstacles. And the fact that Kev Swan did that, he did not have enough energy to join the team fight later on. He had to join it a bit later because he had to recall back to base. And that's just amazing timing coming in from Riv Esports. I'm pretty sure they were just screaming like, yeah, this guy's no energy, fight, keep fighting. And then that's apparently what they did.
Crazy, seriously, really, really crazy. Started out on the early games as well as to the mid game itself, and even on the late game itself, it was Team SV all the way. But with one pull through coming in from Riv Esports on that Lord match fight, that was when we see all the patterns fall through for Riv Esports. I mean, talking about when it comes to the currency wise, it was more on TSV. They had the better upper hand. They had a lot of the advantage on the side. Look at this. They got 3 turtle on their side. They got 2 of the lords for themselves. And then they even managed to clear out most of the towers. And yet, the win goes out to Riv as those micro decision making was done by them. That was reason for Team SV in defeat here for the second match.
Yeah, and it goes to show, right, how these decision makings can really change the pace of the game. Like, if you don't have a full grasp of the win conditions, it really comes to bite you in the back. The fact that TSV, they pushed multiple times without having the rest of the lanes pushed out, that really comes to show where the macro gameplays comes through. And this is the difference of meta between the KH and the Singapore region, right? Singapore, they really like to play this kind of macro gameplay where, yeah, if your lanes are not pushed out, we can focus on one area of the map. And we see TSV, they keep trying to force the team fights again. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm just saying that Rift Esports, they've been getting your number time and time again. Maybe it's time to change up the play style where you have Aizen at least waiting in the back lines. But I gotta say, Kev Swan, he did an extremely good job of keeping Aizen occupied.
Yeah, and not only that, going into the team fight itself, look at this. FMM still the one who raised it off for those fight itself. I mean, with Luna's covering up the line, picking off one player after another, that's the reason why they had a really good run, a really good success on that Lord fight itself. And Lucian QT to back things off with Matilda was just perfect with 12 at seats itself. And this is where we are seeing, despite Rift's drafting was a little bit questionable, there was a little bit of unorthodox, but it still pulled through here to fight with Team SV.
Yeah, and the fact that I feel that a lot of times Rebellion didn't die because of that Winter's Crown. He did such a great job into peeling the team fight, right? You saw him 1v3 everyone on that Phoveus, but still, it wasn't enough to kill the members of Rift SG. And now we see that almost is not enough. As we see FMM, he did manage to get the MVP with those 7 kills coming through by the damage dealt.
Wow, and we got Eisen as honorable. I mean, he deserved though, because he was definitely the one who really covers up or even controlling throughout the early games to the mid games itself. There was a lot of those early picks from Team SV itself that was making a lot of the idea that we were thinking that Team SV had the a great idea for shutting down every single attempt of Rift, and Rift Esports was having a struggle as well. Even Denzo itself with the crowd control, I mean, talking about how managed to get Maniac on the first fight itself. That was just beautiful for the team of SV. But again, when it comes to the late game, Rift Esports was just a little bit better.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that Rift Esports, they made use of all the space that was given, right? TSV, I feel that, yeah, you had so much map advantage. You should be pushing and you should be choking out the map advantage. You should be taking out the turrets. You should be taking out the buffs as much as possible. Make Rift Esports scared to play on their own side of the map, especially after you get that Maniac onto Denzel. You had so much things going for you, but they were unable to convert because they just gave Rift Esports too much space. They just gave them too much respect. And that was similar into game 1, where Rift Esports, they had so much respect as well. And the fact that you had the better teamfight team does not matter, because Rift Esports, they're gonna take every ounce of respect and shove it back at you.
Agree, definitely. And looking on the damage that was dealt, look at Melon, 71,632. Even despite that MVP-wise is FMM, and we do see how much amazing support coming in from Lucian QT to cover FMM up, it is all by Eve itself that was used by Melon that gives so much potential for FMM to shut down every single player from Team SV themselves. And with 75% of kill participation, I think that FMM, with adding on into Rift Esports as well, and we talked about how we have 2 new members here for Rift Esports, with the experience-wise from Bleed Esports, FMM is a great addition here for Rift Esports SG.
Yeah, FMM showing why he was one of the top few goal laners that was available from the side of Singapore, right? You got Vanix, then you got FMM, and now he's back. He's back, man. And with that Lunox played, I mean, in this early game, we see already TSV, they had so much map advantage. Denzel with that triple kill into that Maniac. Meanwhile, Eisen, he's doing so much in the back lane, and the fact that Okong does not die is just extremely scary for the side of Rift Esports. I mean, this is a fight where real-world manipulation was already used, and Eisen finds the chop on to Melon. He could not survive on that backside at all. Zayman's force was used here, but they were all in that box, and this is where it went haywire.
Agreed.
Eisen was not in the team fight.
Agreed, definitely. Those 2 team fights where Eisen was a little bit separated, that was giving a lot of Rift Esports an opportunity. And here on out, we do see that Eisen a little bit late because he was covered up by Kev Swan, but at the same time, coming in for a fight already, we do see the full truth come in. Wukong will be the first victim to come in, and then they push into Rebellion as well, and they managed to actually shut him down instantly. Another pull into Sad Boy, as Sad Boys try to survive it out. He takes down Melon in the process, but at the same time, the win comes in from the side of Kev Swan, as well as Lucian QT, and FMM just shuts down every single player of Team SV and making a really good comeback for Team Rift Esports.
Yeah, and if you take a look at that last fight, right? You saw that Eisen, he did not have energy to fight, because that was just Kev Swan just draining all that energy on the top lane with that little skirmish that was going on, and making sure that, yeah, he does not have energy. I mean, he has immortality, but he needs to die to use it, and he will be extremely vulnerable if he has, if he's going to go in. But the rest of the team is already dead. So Aizen, he did not have that opportunity to go in as well. So Riv Esports, really well done on that.
Great timing, great idea. There was a lot of the timing that it was put out by Rift Esports. The fact that they know how to actually slow things down, and they know how to actually pull out all of the resources, all the skill wise that was been put out by Team SV to a point that they could not do anything. That was when I think that this is where Rift Esports shines the most for this first match up for itself. And 2 rounds in the hands of Rift Esports. I mean, did I foresee it? Yes, I did.
Yeah, you predicted it, man. You predicted it.
No, but then again, just a heads up a little bit. I was expecting Team SV to pull through because I was already preparing myself. Okay, I'm gonna say that, hey, you won first point of the caster leaderboard. But no, it seems that I am the one who's gonna win the first point for the caster prediction leaderboard, because Rift Esports, again, it was really surprised. It was not expected at all, because again, those early games was so much, it was not hard, it was so hard to see or witness how much of Rift Esports trying to pull away or even try to survive those fights against Team SV, to a point that we were thinking that, oh, there was no way out for Rift Esports. They couldn't even pull out, because they know for a fact that Aizen was just all over the place, pulling one after another, even with a really good guard from the backline. That was the first lot. They would try to contest it out. They cover really good backline, but that was where Sad Boy comes in to shut down Lucian QT all the way for the front line itself. And
yeah, and this is where MLBB is such in a good state of the meta right now, where you see this comeback potentials happening, where teams are able to capitalize the mistakes. It gives teams hope, right?
Yeah.
It gives everybody the hope that anything can happen. Your favorite team might be losing right now, but there is a potential with a good team fight. You can get yourself back into the game. And for Rift Esports, they proved it. With 2 good team fights, they managed to shove down the mid lane and straight away end the game onto TSV, given the stellar disadvantage that they had over Rift Esports. And that was just crazy to watch, and this is getting me so excited for the rest of the games that will be coming through for today. So you just saw Rift Esports versus Team SV, but the next series that we have lined up for you guys, I believe, will be Duck Rice Esports versus Perla Legends as well. So it will be KH versus Indonesia, if I'm not wrong.
yes, agree, definitely. So now we've already seen what the potential of Singaporean teams fighting off with the Cambodia teams. Now, can Cambodia shut down the Indonesia team for the next match? I mean, Perla Legends, from the open qualifiers itself, they managed to actually get 2-0, twice 2-0 from their upper brackets itself to be the one to actually qualified on their own brackets itself here to the open finals. Can they actually continue that momentum here into the open finals with the team invited, which is Duck Rice Esports?
Yeah, and I believe we have the co-current matches as well that have already concluded. Rift Esports, of course, they made it into the 1-0 pool, right? They are in the winners pool. And joining them in the winners pool would be Team Evil from Singapore as well. And I believe Rebellion Esports from ID and Fnatic Onyx PH. And if you look at the right here, the rest of the matches that will be happening today, Duck Rice Esports versus Perla Legends, Omega Esports versus IQ Phoenix, and of course the last game of the game will be a Cambodia versus Cambodia action, CFU Gaming versus Team Valhalla.
Interesting, definitely going to be a great matches lineup. I mean, if we already saw the first match, very exciting. I mean, looking from the drafting wise, and the potential comes back from Rift Esports as well. It's going to be even more amazing once we pull into match number 2 as well as match number 3. And we know for a fact that Smart Omega Esports is one of the fans' favorite from Philippines itself. So this is going to be interesting to see what they're going to actually put out here with the team of IQ Phoenix itself.
Yeah, and I believe, yeah, with that, right, the rest of the teams that will be going through. I mean, if you look at the schedule right here, it looks like Cambodia versus everybody in our groups, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cambodia versus Singapore first. Then it's gonna be
Indonesia.
Cambodia versus Indonesia. Then Cambodia versus
Philippines.
Philippines.
Yeah.
Then Cambodia versus Cambodia. So we're gonna have a Cambodia special today. Today you will see the true test of the KH region, whether the matter stands the test of time here, whether they can survive the group stages.
Agree.
Or do they have to actually try and just change up the meta just a little bit?
Maybe, who knows? We'll find out the answers right after this because we have match number 2. Before we actually go in, we have a short break. So stay tuned, guys. We'll see you guys after this.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I'll be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the second match for you guys of the Swiss Round 1 really soon between Duck Rice Esports and Pearl Legends Esports.
Yes, sir. We got the team Cambodia versus Indonesia, and this is the invited team from the Cambodia side. And we know for a fact that with potential coming in from Duck Rice Esports, they are well known with their own success achievement. But Legends, on the other note, they're also quite well known as well from Indonesia side. I mean, previously they had achievements from Pertamina Patra Niaga, as well as from the Champion Discord community itself, from their own success stories to be unfold here for the Open Finals. So it's going to be interesting. But those who actually missed out previously, I mean, we've talked about how Reef Esport versus the team of SV. When it comes to the fights or the drafting wise of themselves, it was more to Team SV, to be honest. But then pushing into the to all the team fights itself, Reef Esport was the one who managed to book the first slot or even the slot into 1-0 here for the Swiss bracket itself on Open Finals. And now let's see if Team Cambodia will make a change, because so far right now we are not seeing Team Cambodia be able to shut down teams from other region. Will it be a different story here where we are seeing Duck Rice Esport meeting off with Peta Legends?
Yeah, so in terms of Duck Rice Esports power levels, you compare it to Team SV, right? Team SV, I would say it's the last seed from MPLKH. So it's one of the teams that got relegated. So Duck Rice Esports, they are 5th, 6th. So there is increase in power level as we go on throughout the day. And finally, we will have the last match, which is CFU. That's the top seed of Cambodia. So yeah, we're really increasing in power levels of Cambodia as we go about the day. And now that we have Pearl Legends, what I really like about Pearl Legends is they are community heroes, right? They are fresh out of nowhere. And who are these players? I mean, this is their chance right now to actually make it big, and they are very hungry. They are on the rise, and they can potentially take down Duck Rice Esports. I mean, I'm looking very forward to this. I'm not too sure what you predicted, but yeah, later when the prediction screens come up, might be a bit of a surprise for me.
Do you want me to actually not surprise you and give you a heads up? I mean, like,
let's just see on the graphic.
oh, you want to
later.
say? Okay, fine, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, just to give you a hint, I mean, like, you've actually give the note already, whereby we're talking about Team Cambodia, who is fresh off on their own rankings itself, and then they have already a little bit far off better gameplay compared to Team SV. And here on out, we got community heroes, and this could be a Cinderella story. And this is where the fine line of, can the Cinderella story unveil to a point that they can have the success, or will be a Cinderella story where the underdogs still have more to learn from the experienced team? Now, going back here, this is the introduction for our match number 2. It's a best of 3 for both of this team. It's going to be Duck Rice Esport Cambodia versus Peta Legend Esport Indonesia.
Yeah, and on the left side, we will have Duck Rice Esports with JFat on the EXP lane, Dark Side on the jungle, Chin Chin in that mid lane, Yamikaze on that roam, and Super Riddics on that goal lane. I mean, this is a very familiar team with me because they were one of the representatives for MCCM3 under a different moniker, I believe. And Darkside, Yamikaze, Super Riddics, I've seen them play in their game styles as well, but they were on different teams with JFat and Chin Chin. But when they are put together in this so-called Duck Rice Esports roster, I believe that their playstyle has shifted a bit, right? We see JFat actually leaning towards a lot more on the Lapu Lapu, on the Terizla, and Chin Chin is one of the players that can actually play the Terizla mid as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to see out of Duck Rice Esports here.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see what will it be like for Team Duck Rice Esport here. Fighting off with their opponent is going to be Peta Legend Esport. Zokovic will be the one at the EXP, Jay-Z Man as the jungler, Sun at the mid lane, and we got Glizzy as the roamer, and Casper Winata as the gold lane. I mean, pretty much again we're talking about the community heroes, right? They already had a success run achievement on their side, but this is just the minor league to be uphold into the open finals itself, and even on the open qualifiers, that they are the teams that had a journey. And compared to Duck Rise Esports, they are the invited because of their well-known success from the rankings. Compared to Peta Legends, they had a long run, so there's a possibility the momentum coming in from the open qualifiers can be upheld here for Peta Legend. In fact, they got 2 wins, meaning they got from the upper bracket itself, pulling in, going in straight to top 2 is already a success story for Peta Legends. But can they actually continue that success streak moving into the open finals?
Yeah, it's gonna be the rookies versus really, experienced players. They were playing
Yeah.
against MCCM 3 as well. Then 4. Then moving on to MPLKH, they played in the regular season as well. They made it to playoffs, but did not finish really strong. They were at the 5th and 6th seed, I believe, for Duck Rise Esports. Meanwhile, Pearl Legends, they are at an all-time high, right? They won 2 community tournaments. Now they won the qualifiers. They won the right to represent Indonesia in that qualifiers. And now that they are here, they are feeling hungry, right? And they have a lot of medal to prove. They are wanting to show that they mean business. I mean, we might see them in MPL ID if they are successful here even. So this might be where Pearl Legends Esports, they go on the rise.
Agree, definitely. And coming into the gameplay style itself, like, I mean, let's just talk about this, because I love how you talk about how each and different region has their own style. Like you talked about how Cambodia is much more major on the metas, whereby they go all out on team fights. Peta Legends Indonesia, do they actually fall in line with how Malaysia is, because they are also our neighbor itself? Are they actually, when it comes to micro fights, they go in all out for team fights, or they prefer more on those pick and fight on split push itself? What do you think about this?
Indonesian playstyle really has its own flavor, where they have these units where they have different power timings in their draft, right? They like to play this mid trio where there's a mage, there's a jungler, the roamer, who's the initial, for the early to mid game power spike, and then they have the secondary power spike coming through from the EXP laner, who's usually for that mid stages. That's where we saw the Phobias coming from. ID was the one who actually just generalized that together with PH, and they have the Khalid as well. These are very strong mid-game power timings. Then we have the goal laner. They are always that late game assurance. This is how the ID draft usually goes. They go with these easy scalable teams and easy executable teams, where the mid trio is usually the first thing that is very important to them. Then we have the EXP laner, then we have the goal laner for that insurance going in. But meanwhile, I mean, we see from the side of KH, right? They really like to go for only one late game assurance in terms of having that Fanny, in terms of having that Ling. Maybe for Duck Rise Esports, it's slightly different because they are a very team fight heavy team. So we might not even see a late game assurance at all. They might even be going completely for the mid game, and we gotta see whether that gamble actually pays off for them.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, talking about when it comes to the drafting wise, I feel like you've talked about how different the game style again. This is where the fine line of how Cambodia, they have that meta they uphold wise, and going into Indonesia, this is where can they actually be able to shut them down from all those play style, because Rift Esport, they proven wisely, they be able to actually take at least one of the Cambodia scene to actually go in. But here, this is the caster prediction that you talked about. I already wanted to surprise you off, but 2-1 for both side of Team Peta Legends. I mean, I'm not really surprised at all. But again, we want to give all the high off rises of momentum coming in from Peta Legends towards the side of Dark Rise. Even despite that Dark Rise Esport, again, the invited teams. But because of the momentum that has already been put out by Peta Legends, I think there's a possibility this is going to be a tough fight between the two teams, but it will be more favorable on Peta Legends if they can actually adapt very fast to Dot Rise.
Yeah, and I believe the current meta for me, it's not really leaning towards that brawl style that KH likes to play, right? We see that the meta has shifted already towards that assassin late game meta, where you have, if you have that insurance in that goal laner, where Indonesia actually likes to do, they will actually scale you harder in that 15 minutes if they can hold on to their base. Well, meanwhile, Duck Rice Esports is gonna be a big gamble if they choose to go with that similar meta where they are still going for that Lapu Lapu, where they're still going for that Terizla picks. And yeah, it's going to be really favored for ID for me, actually.
Yeah, same with me. So we're now on the same page, at least a little bit. I mean, yes, like last match itself, like we were on the same page, but more of you giving at least an advantage to the side of Team SB winning one for the take for themselves, at least still one. But here on out, I think so close. It was so close. I think there was almost a possibility that you could have actually come up top for that prediction, though. But I think this is gonna be at least a long fight of best of three between these two teams, unless they actually surprise us off just like Reef Esport did. It could be a case as well. But coming off to Cambodia side, if they come in with the Rizla, which we haven't seen yet here on our first match itself, Lapu Lapu haven't been put out as well. I mean, we keep on seeing a lot of our metas that have been banned is still the same. Jushin, Suyo, as well as Chip, and we do see that Khalid already been put out as well. So this is the same similar metas that has already been banned already. The popular bans out. Is it possible that maybe that because they've seen so, like, maybe they've seen how Rift Esport as well as, because I know how it is when it comes to the teams, right? They learn from the previous team and then they will try to actually imitate, or they will actually try to counter it wise. So this is, what are your thoughts? What do you think? What are you going to be predicting on this side?
I mean, currently at this meta, it's always the power trio, right? You talk about
Yeah.
the Jushin, the Suyo, the Chip. The Chip has to be banned. So there's already three potential bans being taken out of the pool. And one of the key factors that we saw in the previous meta was that high-lows, the rise of high-lows with that Thunder Belt. It brings so much scalability with that revitalization battle spell as well. So that's one more potential ban being taken out. So this leaves so many more heroes in the pool to be able to be played. And with currently only 3 bans each for each team, there's a lot of shifting metas that can go towards each team. And different regions, they have different ways to respond to a pick, right? In Singapore, like for example, if you pick a Hylos, we might pick a CC, but in PH, we see that you pick a Hylos, they pick a Glue. So there's different ways to respond, and whether they respond in their own region's metas or whether they respond towards the other region's metas, that's where the coach's decision would come in, and it's going to be very key, right? That scissors, paper, stone, rock, paper, scissors coming out from all the region's metas. It's really very interesting to see as we reach this international stage.
Agree, definitely. I mean, that's already the 3 main ban that we've seen so far. Even Hayabusa also already been prominent to be banned out as well. And that's going to be another thing that we want to talk about. Jungler. Right now, Jungler has already been one of the main ban, been taken out from the option-wise for both side of the teams itself. So coming off right now, we do see that at least things that can be put out, even though with Lean being taken out, they can be able to actually shut down with, at least with Nolan, as well as we do see that previously from the side of Team SV itself, Fanny coming out. And that was a really good decision making. And only if they be able to actually persecute properly with those team fight that was needed in time, they could have actually pulled through as a win for themselves. So I still feel like Fanny has been one of the popular jungler for their side, because when it comes to going in for, as well as mobility wise, Fanny is one of the picks that even though people might forget, but it's still very dangerous to be as an option in any other team.
Yeah, a good Fanny player is always scary. You have to watch
Yeah.
her back. You have to watch for a potential backdoor. There's a lot of macro plays that can happen with Fanny. But the good thing is, like, Fanny has been in the meta for so long that teams are used to dealing with Fanny, right? When you compare a Fanny with the novelty of a Suyo, because Suyo is so new when you talk about time in MLBB, Fanny has been around for a while. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Suyo just came out possibly 2 months ago. Yeah,
Yes.
2 months ago. It came out in September 21st. So there's not a lot of answers that we see for Suyo so far. Like we saw the first answer ready, like where we see teams using a lot of Zusin. That's why we see a resurgence of that Zusin in that previous meta. So we saw Zusin being used against Suyo, but now that once Suyo and Zusin get taken out, do we see the old meta coming out once again? The Fannies, the Lings, and they are easy to deal with, right? I want to see more of the old meta coming out. If let's say you have a Fanny, you have a Ling, yeah, why don't you pick up something like a Kaja? Why don't you pick up something like a Kufra? Why don't you pick up something like a Cho or a Jawhead where you have so much singular targeted control? But we will see for ourselves right here as we head on into the drafting phase.
Okay, Eves and Phoveus will be banned out by Dark Rise Esports as Fanny been taken out by Peta Legends. Looking like they are seeing like this is the popular meta has been put out already. Even with Fanny, I think there's a possibility again. This is what we talked about. Teams from the upcoming matches already foresee the previous match and they know for a fact that they don't want to have the same effects coming in for their own team itself. So I think Peta Legend says that no, we're not gonna allow Fanny to shut them down as well in the process.
Yeah, and I mean, with this, right, Zusin, Suyo, Chip still on that pool,
Yep.
right? That power trio is going to be, I think, a potential ban here. Like, if you put a Legends Esports, right, you gotta take away the Suyo, either Zusin or the Chip, and we do see them taking out the Suyo.
Okay, let's see if it's either going to be Ling or is it going to be Jushin. Definitely Jushin will be the prioritized, but no, it's Hilda. Hilda
Okay.
been taken out. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, yeah, Hilda is amazing when it comes to crowd control wise. I mean, you can go in for the 1v1 fight, pushing in straight away to shut down movement of the players itself. But I mean, again, this is where the fine line is. Are you gonna give that Jushin? Are you gonna allow it? And this is where also another meta's come through. Hayabusa is open. Ling is also open. So this is gonna be interesting to see what is the next ban from Peta Legends.
Yeah, very important to see, right? There's still that 100% win rate character in the pool, which is the Chip,
Yeah.
right? It's
Oh,
a trap.
yeah.
It's a trap, right?
Oh.
They ban out the Hilda, so you either need to ban out the Zusin or the Chip right now, because Duck
Yeah.
Rise is gonna get one of them. And they ban out the Zusin. I mean, if Duck Rise don't pick up the Chip here, I got nothing to say because Pearl Legends is gonna snap it up for themselves.
Oh no, Jushin is the one to be banned out. So okay, let's see. Will Dark Rise actually pick up that chip? Will they?
I don't think so. I think they went for the Gato.
No.
Yeah.
They took Gatot Gacha instead, and this is gonna be open for Peta Legends. Now, Peta Legends, let's see if they will be taking out Chip for themselves. Please do not surprise us even more because Chip is already open, and that's already a great success on your side if you have that hero on the line. So
Chip hasn't been nerfed. Chip hasn't been nerfed, and it's still 100% win rate across all MPLs. They do pick up the Khalid, yes, very strong priority
okay.
pick, but they still have that that secondary pick on
Yeah.
that red side.
Okay, let's see. The secondary.
Come
It has
on.
to be Chip. Come on, it has to be a Chip. It's gotta be the Chip.
No, a Matilda.
It's Matilda.
Both teams are. Do they not realize it? It hasn't been so long that Chip has been banned out in every single game that they're like, yeah. We don't even recognize its existence. And they do go for the denial pick on the Alpha and the Aurora. Okay, so Pearl Legends, right? They won't pick up the Chip anymore because Matilda is on that roaming trio together with the Khalid on possibly on the EXP lane. So they will have to think about the mid laner to fight against the Aurora, or they can prioritize the jungler right now.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that Alpha hasn't been banned, so now we're seeing Alpha as the option here for the side of Dark Rise Esports. I'm already loving the drafting wise of Dark Rise. You already got Gato Kacha as the CC. We got Aurora also to back things up as well. And then Alpha coming in as well for the long range mobility wise. I think Dark Rise Esports has already got it down, at least for the backlines and as for the cover of any team fights for themselves.
Yeah, and now they go for that mid lane Vexana to deal with that Aurora. Yes, in terms of lane priority, really well, very good in that early game. But in terms of mid game to late game, you don't really have that survivability compared to the immortality passive that Aurora has. So that Matilda, it's gonna be a lot of work on the Matilda. The positioning of the Matilda, whether you're going to be for offense or defense, you're always going to be one step behind. But Dark Rise Esports, I mean, their draft is looking really solid right now. And now with the secondary bans coming through, per the Legends, they got to know that the chip is available, right?
And I think there's a possibility now they're finally going to ban out Chip. Possibility. If not, that's going to be another opening. But they actually take out Cho. Okay. And now it's going to be Dark Rise Esports instead to ban it out. They take out Nolan instead. And now coming off for the last one. Is it possible that we're going to actually see Chip?
Only Dark Rise Esports can pick it up right now, right? So per the Legends, they have to ban it if they want to. But it seems to me like they are going with those single target CC roamers. So Ruby might be a potential as well for that CC. I believe we still have Kaja in the pool. And Tigreal is an extremely strong pickup as well, or the Minotaur for the side of Per the Legends, because if they want to actually run that Bounty Castles lineup, but they already have a Matilda, so they don't really need to think about the roam. They can just ban it out. They can ban out the Tigreal, they can ban out the Minotaur, but they choose to ban out the Moskov.
Okay.
Surprising.
Surprisingly, again, this is really unorthodox, and Hayabusa been banned out. I think the fact that they know most of their heroes that have been picked out right now is pretty much a little bit less on mobility wise. They are more prioritizing on one-on-one CC wise. I mean, Aurora definitely be easy, be picked off if Putta Legends take off Hayabusa. So that was a really good decision coming in from the side of Dark Rise Esports. But again, Cheap is still in the open for Dark Rise Esports, and that's the question coming in for the team.
Yeah, per the Legends, this is their pick here, right? So they will want to double down on that team fight. They've yet to pick up on the goal laner. They've yet to pick up that team fight jungler as well. So jungler, I mean, they can go for that fighter utility jungle. Suyo is gone. So if they want to go back to old school, they can pick up the Fredrin. Yeah, they do pick up the Fredrin. Yeah. There we go.
They pick up the Fredrin for jungler. I mean, okay, that's a really good idea coming in from the side of Petta Legends. Now Dark Rise Esports. Chip is in the open. They can still be using it for themselves, and it can actually give a lot of potential already. And despite the fact that Dark Rise Esports already potentially wise covering up all of the CC as well as their long range mobility moving in for a fight, Chip can give a lot of boost for themselves as well.
Yeah, they can potentially pick up a Chip, or if they want to double down on the Gato Kacha and the Alpha, they still have Angela in the pool, right? Angela is a very strong presence on the map as well. With that hard guard, you can put him on the roam, and Angela would be able to help at level 4. But of course, it will have a hard time dealing with the Matilda. So, I mean, they can go for... Oh, Hylos. Yeah, Hylos is still in the pool. We forgot about that.
Yeah.
Nobody picking the Chip, though. It's really driving me crazy here.
I know. I mean, the fact that this is way bizarre from all the fights that we've already witnessed. Chip is one of the metas that has always been trying to be avoided by any teams. But so far, Team Dark Rise and Putta Legends says like, throw out the metas. We make our own meta here for our match itself. And Casper Winata will be the last one to be put out. I mean, right here, the only thing that they need right now is pretty much gold lane. And I mean...
There's the Claw, there's the Carry.
Yeah,
I mean, Carry would be a very good pick, but doesn't deal so well with Nathan. In terms of mobility, you really want that Claude, and they do have the damage to pull through. So per the Legends, with that last pick, I'm not sure whether okay, the Chang'e goal lane.
Changi as the goal lane. I mean, I know for a fact that it's really tricky. I love the fact that mobility-wise coming in from Peta Legends, it's needed at the moment. It's quite tricky actually. It's really unorthodox for both teams, to be honest, because it was not as we expected. And then looking at your face, you're also like, what are they thinking right now?
I'm so confused. This is nothing we've ever seen in any MPL, right? This is not normal. So this is definitely in the dark web, something that they pulled out, yeah, from out of meta, out of nowhere. But it might be a debut, right? Chang'e goal lane, we've seen it before. In terms of having that team fight, Indonesia, you think about it, they have the Fredrin, they have the Vexana, Matilda, a lot of mobility to work with, but they are really on the clock here with Nathan on the other side.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, you got Nathan already, so this is gonna be interesting to see. This is match number 2, Dark Rise Esport versus Peta Legends Indonesia versus Cambodia. Let's see who will get the first win.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting for both teams. Really going for this very unorthodox picks here. And we do see, like, that alpha pick coming out to deny away the alpha coming out from Peta Legends, and they have that Fredrin instead. Matilda Fredrin still extremely strong because you have that taunt factor. You're able to peel, and it's one of the few heroes that has a taunt. So you have to worry about that.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that I feel like more to the side of Peta Legends, they're actually having a lot of squishy heroes. That's the one thing that I'm worried about them when it comes to team fights. And Dark Rise Esport, a lot, not just a lot of CC, a lot of the support-wise when it comes to holding off the health, insurance-wise, they definitely have what it takes to cover things up. So team Peta Legends, they gotta be careful now. Pushing it straight all the way to Darkside. It's gonna be Darkside who pulls in straight away Zarkor Vic. I mean, again, like I said, you picked up and you easily push in straight away for the team fights. Oh, Dark Rise Esport, they just get it done immediately.
That's not where Peta Legends want to play in, right?
Yeah.
They were expecting that they had a guiding win. Gamma-TZ could pull away GZ-Man with that guiding win, but there was no chance available. That Spirit of Alpha into the lockdown coming in from Qian Qian, that was a great positioning. That flicker use for that first blood might have really put things of the early game into motion for them. But this turtle fight right here, first 2 minutes in, Avatar the Guardian being used.
Rick coming in for a fight. Oh, Darkside managed to steal away the turtle and they're pushing in straight away. Moving on, we got JZ-Man will be taken out by Darkside as well. And now, Peta Legends having a little bit more difficulty. They had to go away from those fights. But it seems that the team of Dark Rise Esport wants more. They're trying to actually steal away the buff as they pull in. Gemma trying to actually goes in for a fight as well. They try to actually steal away. Did it manage to do so? Yup, they did steal away the buff before the team of Peta Legends could do anything.
Yeah, but the purple buff not as important on the Fredrin as it is on that Fanny. So Peta Legends, they still have a chance to go for this team fight that they want to. They have yet to use the Eternal Guard for the team fight. They have yet to use the Raging Sandstorm, that full wombo combo yet to come out from Peta Legends, right? And they are gonna have to do it sooner or later because they are on a clock. They are working with that Nathan late game. And in terms of having that late game, it doesn't look like Peta Legends has anything to scale beyond 12 to 15 minutes.
Agree. I mean, with the currency wise, 9-1, 9.1 to 8-1, definitely Dark Rise Esport is in the lead. And as they pull in straight into the compound of Team Peta Legends, more and more of the creeps coming in into every single area to be stolen away. This is another opportunity for Dark Rise to just cover every single angle of the map itself. But now, pushing into Yamikaze. Yamikaze trying to find an opening, but doesn't manage to actually go in. Doesn't find the right positioning for Team Peta Legends to be put out. But here on out, Peta Legends goes in for Yamikaze. It's gonna be Sun who makes it come back, and coming in through right now, it's gonna be Darkside who takes down Winata. And now JZ-Man also getting the shot as well. And now Peta Legends only getting one win for Dark Rise to trade it off with 2.
And the spacing is so important when you're playing a Chang'e, right? The way that Casper Winata is playing, I don't think he is used to playing Chang'e. It might have been a very weird pick, but now Gemma-TZ being jumped in that tier 1 turret. Duck Rise Esports, they want to push their advantage as much as possible. And I was expecting this kind of playstyle when you have a Matilda, when you have that Fredrin, you want to be in their faces as much as possible. But it seems like Duck Rise Esports, they are turning the momentum aside. And Darkside, he's been the main initiator coming in from Duck Rise Esports. They've never been answered for, and I'm very worried for Perla Legends Esports right here because they won't have that damage going into that mid game at all. Duck Rise Esports, they are looking all but to win.
Right, let's see. Yamikaze will try to find a way. It's going to be Genma pushing in to Yamikaze. Super Ridix trying to pull through. It's going to be Genma to try to cover the tracks, but they're going to push in straight away. Yamikaze pull through, goes in for the long, but it's JFAT coming in as well, and they had managed to actually take out Genma Z away from the team. They push in, shuts them down, but at the same time, they try to move away, pull away from the team fights. It seems that Beta Legends still have what it takes, but they're now trying to stun away Darkside. Darkside having a lot of damage, but with a really good backup coming in from Chen Chen as well as JFAT, they could not take him out.
Yeah, and I like how Duck Rise Esports, they try to stagger the team fight going in. They want to take a segmented team fight as much as possible because Perla Legends, their team fight is based off of these big AoE ultimates where once it is used, once it is cycled through, they can go for the team fight. And Duck Rise Esports, they're waiting for that moment, right? First they threw Yamikaze, second they threw someone else, then lastly the Spear of Alpha went in. So I like the timing that they're doing. Duck Rise Esports, they have the win condition set, but look at this.
Oh, Gemma-Z almost closed it up. Oh, Darkside made it through. Takes him down immediately, but Casper Winata will be the next victim. He pulls away from the turret, but at the same time, stuns comes through. He was frozen. He immediately shuts down. But at the same time, Sakovic tried to break it off, and he's coming in with JZ Man coming in. Sun takes down Darkside immediately, and it's trying to put it out to Yamikaze as well as JFAT, but they pull away immediately. But that's a win. At least the micro-minical win that is needed by Peta Legends for now.
Yeah, and what I want to see out of Duck Rise Esports right now is to focus less on these team fights because Perla Legends, they have reached their power spike, right? We were talking about having that Eternal card, having all these skills available, and JFAT in a lot of trouble.
Oh, takes down immediately JFAT. A great composition coming in from Casper Winata as well as Gemma-TZ. And now, as they pull in, they're going to finally get the first turtle in their hands. Despite the fact they're now pushing into the side of the mid, Yamikaze and Chen Chen does not allow them to pull along for that the first turret of that mid lane.
Yeah, this is where the pace of the game will be decided here. Duck Rise Esports, they have to look for a different avenue. They have to get the farm out. They have the late game assured. So they cannot keep forcing these team fights because Perla Legends, they have the stronger team fight control, especially in this mid game right now.
Okay, let's see. They did try to actually pick off Casper all by himself, but Casper, knowing where to pull away, and they let it go, the turret, for the survival-wise, and that was a really good decision-making coming in from Peta Legends. But at the same time here, it seems that Duck Rise moving from one end to another end of the map all together. This is where Peta Legends, they gotta be careful. This is where Duck Rise Esports still prioritizing on those team fights. But Sakofi going in for the push. It's gonna be JFAT having a lot of damage coming in, but still not gonna be enough as all the players comes through. And this is where Duck Rise said, if you wanna go in for a fight, we are here for a fight as well.
Yeah, it's all about the ultimate discipline right now. Whoever goes in first might potentially lose the team fight because it is not an initiation, right? There's a lot of counter initiation to think about. From Duck Rise Esports, there will be the Avatar of the Guardian and the Spear of Alpha as well. Whoever uses the ultimate first is actually at a disadvantage, so it is a weird stalemate. And Super Rhythix, with the entropy being popped already, just to clear out this creep wave here, we are at a very weird stalemate, right? Where the counter initiation is really so much stronger than the main initiation from both teams.
I mean, it's crazy that it's 6-3. Yes, when it comes to fight wise, Dark Rise Esport was a great betterment, a better form when it comes to the early fights. But currency wise, they're not far behind. They're not actually very leaving off far behind Perta Legends itself. So Perta Legends still have what it takes. But here, this is coming in for the first lot itself. They tease a little bit, and Dark Rise seems like going to actually take the bait as well, and they're pushing in for a fight. Yamatizi going in for the long range, pushing in straight away to already turned out Yamikaze having a lot of damage. Zarkovic goes in for the overextension, but having a much loss, and in the end, it's gonna be the one to be taken out. It's gonna be J-Fat, but now pushing in Yamikaze will be the one to be shut down. 3 more players here, and this is gonna be an opening for Team Perta Legends to get the lot for themselves.
Beautiful team fight execution from Perta Legends. That raging sandstorm into 3 members, right? Zarkovic was preventing the rest of the team from just falling through. He's just buying so much space, and look at him just being irritating to Darkside. And the way that he is the guiding wind, Gematizi, he is proving to be an irritation factor for Dark Rise Esports. These members are not dying, and Perta Legends Esports, they show that whoever first goes in, the Avatar the Guardian, you use it first, yeah, our counter initiation is way stronger than you guys.
The fact that Perta Legends has been really slimy to be picked off by Dark Rise Esport is giving a lot of the opportunity for Perta Legends to win those fights itself. And here on out, with Lord marching through, they were the one who managed to clear out the first top lane, the first top mid as well as bottom lanes now. And now this is going to actually cover up more of the angles of the map itself. A great composure coming in from Perta Legends. They don't need to worry much. This is pretty much them allowing Lord as well as the minions to give a lot of pressure for Team Rise Esport, and now they're trying to find a way how to actually pick off Perta Legends. And again, Dark Rise still prioritizing on moving as one is not giving them the potential to pull through or even try to actually fight it off with Team Perta Legends.
Yeah, Perta Legends unable to sync up the waves, but still, they will have 2 waves that will be crashing through together with this mid lane. But Dark Rise Esports, their priority is to fight here.
Coming in for a fight right now. It's going to be Zarkovic pushing into J5, but doesn't pull through. But now, at the same time, we do see the thought comes through from the side of Darkside. Darkside comes in. Silverradix takes down 1. Zarkovic having a lot of damage, but Darkside takes down Sun as well. As they go in, GZ Man will be the victim of J-Fat, and that's the win fight that is needed by Dark Rise Esport to slow down Perta Legends' effort.
Yeah, and that was a huge Avatar of the Guardian coming in from JFAT, right? Catching 4 members of Perta Legends Esports, they were left with nothing to defend with. Now 3 members down, only 2 members left to defend, but Spear of Alpha used onto Casper Winata, and he gets instantly taken out. All 5 members of Dark Rise Esports stay strong, and they manage to get a similar advantage for themselves. But in the meantime, right, Perta Legends, they did have the lane priority, so they got 2 turrets off it.
I mean, they got the 2 turrets off, but they still having a little bit struggle to win those team fights. Now, pushing it right now, Zargovid trying to actually pull through to Yamikaze. Silverade will be there to back things up. And here on out, Dark Rise finally formed a really good rhythmize, a really discipline-wise coming in for themselves. They don't want to allow anyone to be picked off. But here's Zargovid pulling in a little bit overextension. He having a lot of his lifeline to be pulled out. He has to pull away to the fight. But at the same time, Gamatizi pushing into dark side. A lot of damage coming. Sun also trying to pick it off as well as back things up. But it's not going to be enough as they manage to shut them down. And Team Perta Legends, they're not giving up. They're trying to push it to J-Fight instead. But still, it's still not a win for them. And Team Dark Rise looking so strong and sturdy to a point there's no way for Perta Legends to break.
Yeah, this is the point where I'm worried for Perta Legend Esports, because we saw the ultimate out of Chang'e and it was not dealing enough damage to the Alpha. And this is where Dark Rise Esports can say that, yeah, your gold laner is not dealing enough damage to our jungler. And it's supposed to be at this 12-minute point, but now we see the Glorious Pathway being used.
Darkside takes down the Lord as well as shutting down Gamatizi. Now they're gonna push into side Sun as well as Casper Winata. Sun try to flicker away, survived out before he would became the casualty instead. But that's already a win for Dark Rise, getting the Lord and getting 1 win as well on their side. This is gonna be an easy breezy for them to clear out the rest of the turret for the last lifeline.
Yeah, amazing team fight coming in from Dark Rise Esports, knowing full well of their power timings, right? The Alpha is not dying in that front line. You have no damage right now. Sun is supposed to be dealing damage together with Chang'e, but they are all magic damage. And now, with the inhibitor turret being taken out, with the Lord in their base, can they do this? Can they defend the crystal?
Coming in right now, pushing in. Lot will be taken out, but at the same time, they're not pushing in straight away. We do see Geography coming through. Jeezy man already spotted out Dark Side. Doesn't manage to. It's gonna be Gen Matizi who will be taken out. But at the same time, trying to push away to Karsper. Karsper doesn't manage to be taken out. But at the same time, Geography a little bit overextension. But Yami Kaze will be taken out for the trade-off for Peta Legend. But still not a win. It's just a defense-wise, a little bit of slow pace for Peta Legends. But still, it's just small, minor victory on their side. Hopefully it's gonna be enough, but at this moment right now, Dark Rise Esport already clear out all of the tourists, leaving off the base already open for them to take down.
Yeah, the base is just bulb. There's nothing
Yeah.
left, only the crystal. Dark Rise Esports, they use that singular enhanced lord to take away 3 inhibitor turrets. Right now, Zarkovic, he needs to be the counter initiator. He cannot be the initiator anymore. He needs to let GZ Man go in first. And Perla Legends, I mean, it's still a long shot for them to win the game because they scaled too far already. And now GZ Man in trouble.
Jersey Man in trouble, coming in. Oh, managed to pull away before he became a casualty. But the Sita Zography, a little bit of overextension. He went all for aggression to the side of Darkside, but Darkside will be able to give a lot of damage. A little bit coming in for the Immortal Wise, but he will pull through. Shuts down with Super Riddick to be taking him out, leaving 3 more players to go. And now, with all the crystals to be open, Super Riddick takes down Casper Winata. GZ Man having a lot of struggle. The next one, Maniac comes through. Super Riddick
Savage.
shuts down Casper Winata. And GZ Man will be the next one to shut down. With the win comes through, Dark Rise Esport open up the first win.
And what a fashion as well, right? Savage on Super Riddics, showing full well why they were the top few teams in the KH region. Perla Legends, you might be hungry for more, but we are more experienced than you, and their experience really shows.
Agree, definitely. I mean, experienced teams versus rookie is, even though you are high rise coming in from the momentum of the success you have done previously, it's still not enough when it comes to the experienced team. And we've talked about it not only because of the experience wise, going into the drafting phase as well. I mean, drafting phase, this is where Peta Legends, we question a lot of the decision making they've done, a lot of the choices they put out. And I'm like, why Changi? Why there wasn't even any chip between any of this team? Because chip was supposed to be the potential game changer, game maker for both team itself. But going into the drafting wise, even without chip itself, Dark Rise Esport has already covered up a lot of the angles. I mean, CC wise, you got Aurora, you got Gato Kacha, and then not only that, I mean, it was amazing coming in from Darkside itself. He was the potential game maker itself. He was the one who goes in for the initiator. He shuts down a lot of players. It wouldn't be a surprise when it comes to down on MVP wise. Darkside will get the title himself.
Yeah, and it was very surprising, right? I was thinking that Perla Legends Esports, they have a lot of control. If you think about it, they have the taunts, they have the Eternal Guard, that's the pseudo tank coming through, who can soak up so much damage. And yeah, they have the Raging Sandstorm as well. There's so much AoE, but it just wasn't enough damage coming through. They can control Dark Rise for days, but if you're not able to kill them, that's where it gets very worrying, because you have nothing to finish them off with. There's no damage coming through from Zakovic because he went for Thunderbelt into Radiant Armor. You only have the Feather of Heaven into that Holy Crystal. Yes, there's a lot of damage from that Holy Crystal, but for JFAT and for Yamikaze, if you take a look at the build, all they have to do is build that magic damage going through. As long as they can build that magic defense, the Athena Shield, the Radiant Armor, there's no way you're gonna be able to penetrate that when you only have magic damage.
Oh, this is tough coming in from Peta Legends. I think this is definitely an eye-opener for themselves. The decision-making, the build they put out here for the fight itself. I mean, coming off, I mean, we do see on the mid game, there was where Peta Legends had the potential to defend very wisely, but then when it comes to all the mobility wise, or even on the mortality wise of Dark Rise, it was too much to bear to a point that Peta Legends could not do anything. And look at this. I mean, like, we got 16 assists coming in from Yamikaze, Super Riddick as well as Darkside getting 9 and 8 kills for themselves. That shows how much profound, amazing damage will be given out, was given out by both of these players itself, and it shows how Dark Rise Esport is just in a better form compared to Team Peta Legends.
Yeah, and it's very surprising from Duck Rise Esports to go for this kind of really strong meta plays, because I was really thinking that they would fall into that cage meta trap, right, where you want to keep brawling, but they were playing for the macros, they were playing for that late game. Duck Rise Esports came to Snapdragon Pro Series prepared, right? They know what the other regions are going to play, they know what's strong in the meta currently, and they have adapted, and that's what I like to see out of Duck Rise Esports, because when you compare that to the other teams, it's very similar to how the other teams have been winning as well. What's going on in MPL MY, what's going on in MPL ID. It's very strong to have that international relevance when you draft as well, because you will be playing against similar play styles, and whether or not you can adapt to the meta is very important. And Duck Rise Esports, they showed it today.
Agree, definitely. I mean, priority-wise on the side of the tower from the early games, well, they didn't actually matter much because they pretty much focusing on the team fights. They were sticking together, which made it a little bit difficult for Peta Legends to actually pick at least one of the players from at least one side. I mean, we did saw they did try to do it on the mid game, and there was a great success coming in from Sun as well as GZ Man when they pull in for those fight. But then coming into the late game, it was just too much to bear. Again, you talked about this when it comes to Casper Winata. There was not much of a goal that was taken out that was enough to go in, and with the magic damage that was put out by Changi, still not enough to fight off with Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, you require something that buys that Demon Hunter sword, right? DHS, so that you can deal HP based off the max HP percentage, and that channel pick is really very just niche to me, because you're not gonna damage the Gato Kacha, you're gonna tickle the Hylos, and once Darkseid is online with his items, yeah, you're not gonna be able to kill him at all.
I mean, with the damage wise coming in from Super Rhythmics, I mean, started out really good on the side of Darkseid, but as the late game, this is where we see the Nolan was the one who made a lot of the change, and you already also talk about this, whereby you have to be really careful with Super Rhythmics, because as time goes by, as he managed to actually go in, he gets the MVP with 8 kills. He damaged so much to a point that Team Peta Legends could not do anything.
Yeah, that was too much damage coming in from Super Ridix, right? We were expecting, like, you have that Matilda, you have that Fredrin. You're supposed to be able to jump the Nathan down, because Nathan, you struggle when you don't have that entropy. And he went for a Purify, so you have to cycle the Purify as much as possible and try and bring his farm down as much as possible. But the fact that Super Ridix did not die, 0 deaths in that game, I'm not too sure if that GPM is correct, but that's just too high of a number. 2,925 GPM, maybe it's 925 GPM, right? 2,925 GPM, I mean, I don't know how much gold he's getting. That's just unheard of. And him getting a Savage at the end? Oh my god, that's just icing on the cake right there.
Agree. I mean, that the fact that Team Dark Rise Esport like allow Super Ridix to be so comfortable on his own lane without anyone obstructing his way. He managed to buff out so much to a point that at the end of it all, he came out alive for Dark Rise Esport was just super. This is where the fine line we see from Dark Rise Esport itself, whereby they let Super Ridix to be so buffed out and so comfortable. That was where now we finally see the correction coming in is 865 gold per minute.
Yeah. So the emblem wise, if you see the emblem that he went for, usually the Nathan goes for the weakness finder so that you can slow the enemy down. But if you can see the adjustment that Super Ridix made, he went for the quantum charge so that he can have that sustainability and that survivability. That quantum charge giving him that HP and that movement speed so that he's able to be at key spacings, key positioning. And now we see the replay, the highlights coming through from the side of Duck Rise Esports. Just how they managed to secure this early game, I'm not too sure, but now we see it in 4K, right? They are able to fight with the help of Darkseid And the way that they are able to jump the towers with the help of Yamikaze having that revitalization, this is why the revitalization is so strong on having it on JFAT and Yamikaze. And we see even teams picking up Benedetta to pick up that revitalization because there's so much sustain. And if you don't have the burst damage to go through that, you're not gonna be able to kill anyone.
I mean, and you see how so much effort been put out by Zarkov himself. He was the one who tried to initiate. He tried to go in for the rush himself. He tried to go in for the fight, but then it was still not enough. And this is where we see Subaridix finally at the best performance because, I mean, you even ask yourself, like, what happened on the earlier runs? It's all dark side for the show. He opened up so much space to a point that Subaridix was just comfortable to be fighted off on the end game. And this is where we see Darkside still performing very well. He shuts down, and I think that's the part where Dark Rise Esport, they know for a fact that they allow Subaridix to be so comfy on his own zone, and once he is already at a really peak, he will be able to rise off and shine the most at the end.
And Savage coming through, right? This is just surprising to me because every single team member was at full HP. The only damage they took from was from the crystal, not from the enemy team members. There was no damage done by the enemy team members in that last fight because they did not have the damage to tear through that revitalization. Wow, what a statement coming in from Dark Rise Esports.
All right, that's just the first game, and it's looking good so far for Team Rise Esport. I mean, again, we put it out again, the fact that they are the experienced team, they are the invited team, so it shows on their potential-wise. And now moving into the first match itself, drafting, they're perfectly securing it. Beta Legends, can they actually reform again when they push in for the match number 2? Because again, they were high rise from the momentum of their success, but it's not showing off here for the open finals. A lot of the decision making they've done, it's a lot of mistakes pulling through, and the unorthodox speaking doesn't seem to actually do a good damage wise or even a good fight into the open finals of match number 1 itself. So hopefully now coming into the match number 2, they will learn back all the decision making, all the mistake they've done, and they'll be able to actually do at least all the research. And again, I'm questioning the chip again. Are we going to see chip finally be banned, or will we see chip again being pushed aside, not being used at all here for our match number 2?
I don't know what's happening, man. Both these teams just let the chip go, and yeah, that was just plain wasted, right? We could have seen the debut of Chip in Snapdragon Pro Series, but of course, this is where I believe the mentality of these players are tested. Like when you are a rookie team coming up into the big leagues, right? When you are finally playing in these open finals, and you finally have a chance to perform. This is where your mentality is tested, especially you're down a game, you made some bad decisions, you made some bad drafts, but whether you can bounce back, that's very important, because when you are a professional team playing in the big leagues, there will be times where you are down 1-0, you are down 3-0, you are down to a point where you have to reverse sweep. But we see the champions, they manage to do it every single time, right? We saw the likes of Falcon Esports in Myanmar, they managed to do it as well, and we saw the likes of Selangor Red Giants who managed to drop into the lower bracket and then still pull through as the champions of MPL MY. And this is where we see whether Perla Legends, they can fill the shoes of their seniors in this league, where we have Team Liquid Indonesia who is in the same pool as them. Can they fulfill the same destiny? Wow, this is gonna be hard.
It is. It's going to be hard. I'm wondering if the teams have been able to actually figure out all the situations now. Going into the drafting of round number 2, and it seems that back again with Fanny to be banned out. We do finally see Chips and Jushin been banned out. Gato Gacha, on the other hand, Beta Legends ban it out because they don't want to give it away again to Rise Esports.
And what I'm curious to see, right, is whether Perla Legends, do they still go for these cheese strats? Do they believe in their, this ube strats, like where they bring it out and teams have never seen it before. Changa Goling has been so hard to deal with. in ranked gaming, not in competitive, because teams, they know how to deal with Chang'e. It falls off in that late game really hard, and we did see it just now. And now with that Eve being taken out, Suyo, the holy trio being taken out from Duck Rise Esports, they don't want to give that first pick over to Pearl Legends.
Okay, so far right now we do see all the metas been picked out already. So now let's see for the side of Petal Legends, how are they going to respond wise? Because so far we see started out they actually take out they put out the Fredrin on the last chance and for the ultimate respawn coming in from the Rise Esport, right? So now they have the potential to bring out Matilda again. I think there's a possibility they probably have seen how the fight was occurring on the side of Petal Legends. But then again, I was seeing a lot of the success rate coming in from them was not as good as we thought. They want to actually pull out to Dot Rise Esport. Do you agree on that?
The Hylos is still in the pool. The Phoveus is still in the pool. Khalid is still in the pool. And they pick up Phoveus in Alpha. Duck Rise Esports, if you're going to give Darkside the Alpha again, and now you give him a very premium EXP laner, one of the top few in the meta, Duck Rise are going to pick it up. And that Matilda is not going to be able to answer. It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, Petal Legend was supposed to be the one to pick it up, and Matilda is the prioritization. Still questionable on the side of Petal Legends, but now they stole away Aurora in their hands. Okay, finally a good question, a really good respawn-wise from Petal Legends. But again, they gotta be careful. They finally picked up Hylos. Now, finally, we see a little bit of secureness coming in from the drafting-wise of Petal Legends. Despite we were curious on how they put out Matildas, but still, when it comes to Dot Rise Esport, they have Phoveus, they got Alpha in their hands. Still, most of the damage come out from them, and they have Valentina as well. I know for a fact that Petal Legend had a really good respawn-wise, but still, I'm still on the side of Dot Rise Esport right now for their drafting.
Duck Rise Esports, they're showing that, I mean, in terms of drafting itself, it's really very calculated, well calculated, right? Yeah, you might be able to pick up that Hylos, you have that glorious pathway, but we can take it for ourselves too. We have that IMU from Valentina, and that's gonna leave your glorious pathway null and void. So they want to double down on the team fights. They are picking to their strengths, and that's what I really like. When you pick to your strength and you do not care about what the other team is gonna do because you can do it better than them.
Agree. Now, band-wise, they take out Bruno as well as Nolan. So, okay. I feel like a great position respawn coming in from the side of Petal Legends. But, oh no, that's just troll. I know for a fact that Rise is just trolling off with picking off Chang'e right now for the last ban. They know for a fact that there was not a lot of effects coming in. But, I mean, that Rise Esport, I think pretty much is just like a friendly banter coming in from them.
Yeah, in terms of the goal laners, if you still want to think about the premium goal laners, right? Having that Hylos in that position, it would be better for Duck Rise to ban out that Harif. Because that Zamon's Force together with the Guiding Wind, a lot of AoE will be coming through from Pearl Legends if they really leak out that Harif. But of course, they can pick it up for themselves if they choose to do so. But Pearl Legends is their ban right now. Do they take out the Harif? They take out the Cho instead.
Okay, now this is where the fine line of Dog Rise. Are you gonna actually allow Harith to be given out to Petal Legends, or are you gonna take it off for yourself? Since that they got Moskov in their hands, and look at this. This is gonna be giving more mobility-wise for them. But we got Bane as well as Izia in Petal Legends.
Okay, in terms of team fight, Pearl Legends got it, right? There's so much team fight. Like Delia's Catch together with Glorious Pathway, you can lay down that that Glacier as well, that Frigid Glacier from Aurora, and yeah, you can reposition the Ixia really well with the Matilda. On paper, yes, but on execution, it's gonna be very hard. Duck Rise Esports, they're gonna have to lag for 5 seconds and not move because there's no setup for your spells right now. There's no main initiator for Pearl Legend Esports if you think about it. Meanwhile, Duck Rise Esports, they have a very easy execution with that Spear of Alpha, with the Valentina, with now that they pick up the Raging Sandstorm on the Khalid as well, there's just one more layer to worry about. Duck Rise Esports, they can go in left and right.
Wow, okay, this is way out of my my analysis wise. I mean, like Peta Legends again surprising us off with the drafting phase. I thought that they learned from the first drafting, but the second drafting, I mean, started out really good. I mean, again, I questioned Matilda wise, but they picked out Aurora as well as Hylos. That was a really good move. But then Bane as well as Isia. Now, this is where Peta Legends, again, they're going to be a little bit squishy. They're going to be easily targeted, and they're not going to have that mobility wise to actually lock on to Dark Rise Esport itself. So, I don't know. What are
Yeah.
your thoughts on this?
I mean, my brain is freezing here because yeah.
Not because of the aircon, is it?
No, it's not because of the air conditioning. No, it's not that. But now we have it, game 2, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as if, I mean, Dark Rise Esports, they have a very good draft. But in terms of holding that high ground, yeah, I mean, Pearl Legends, they can do it for days. But let's just find out as we head on into the Land of Dawn.
Let's go, guys. This is match number 2, round number 2 of match number 2. Peta Legends Esport Indonesia versus Dark Rise Esport from Cambodia. Can Peta Legends elongate this match up, or will Dark Rise Esport make another 2-0 donut? But now fights coming in. Sun comes through. Yamikaze giving a lot of damage coming in, but he did manage to pull through. But no, Sun takes him out immediately. Looking good for Peta Legends so far as they move in for the team fights. And as they pull away, they did manage to at least secure Glizzy to pull away before becoming a casualty for Team Dark Rise.
Yeah, and Dark Rise Esports, if they keep going into the meat grinder, that is Pearl Legends, because they have a lot of AoE damage. They are not going to be able to survive, right? Dark Rise Esports, you know that their key factor will be that Spear of Alpha. That dark side going in, Spear of Alpha, if you manage to burst someone down, you take the team fight. But if you're not, you don't do it. Glizzy in a bit of trouble, but he's a Matilda, right? You're not supposed to be able to die in this situation, but he goes back in. What's he doing?
Why did you go back in? You're already half line. Now, this is the micro decision making coming in from Peta Legends Esport, where they are actually giving body straight away to Team Dark Rise Esport. They already got a win, but then that overextension was just not needed at all. Dark Rise Esport, Chan as well as J-Fat right at the top as they're trying to actually contest for the turtle. GZ Man baiting out. It seems that J-Fat will try to actually steal away. Can they actually make it? It's gonna be Glizzy who make it through, but at the same time, Yamikaze takes down GZ Man. They're trying to pull into Sun as well as Glizzy. Almost barely close it out. They can actually survive it out, but no, Yamikaze, oh, barely making it alive. But still, that turtle still in the hands of Peta Legend Esport. Close enough with the casualty of 1 in the hands of Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, but Dark Rise Esports, they make them pay, right? They get that blue, they get that purple buff going for them as well. And the fact that Yamikaze is able to jump in and out of fights is going to be very scary, right? He is a roaming Khalid. Just take note of that, right? It's not as if he has a lot of farm, but he's able to already do so much at these early stages of the game.
Oh, looking for another casualty to be uphold here. Glizzy will try to help things out. Casper, Winata, as they progress, they're trying to actually go in for the crab. Okay, but at the same time, Super Take is already in the side as well, so he's still away for himself. So not to worry much, Dark Rise still covering up all the bottom lane for themselves.
Yeah, in terms of Moscow versus Ixia, right? Ixia does have that full barrage where it's able to lay down an area of damage. It's very good for high ground defense, very good for just securing a team fight zone. But if Dark Rise is able to jump your backlines, that's it. And look at the Raging Sandstorm.
Coming in, Yamikaze pulls through to Casper Winata, but as Chan backline comes in, it's going to be J-Fact who takes him down as they pull into Sun as well. They pull away, but Sun unfortunately managed to shoot away. But Darkside on the verge of being taken down by Sun, and now there's going to be a 1-to-1 boss fight itself. But J-Fat also pulled through to Zagovic. Zagovic having a lot of damage, but managed to pull through away from Dark Rise. It's still a trade-off, but still a win for Team Dark Rise Esport to shut down the players of Peta Legends.
Yeah, and they are able to just secure themselves the space for the turtle just in time. GZ-Man, he does get a lot of macro advantages on top lane, takes out that takes out that turret, the outer turret as the Bane, and yeah, you do need a lot of farm on the Bane to get through. And if he does get the farm going, that mid game might be secured for Pro Legends Esports because they have a lot of AoE damage, but they have to manage the resource a lot better.
Okay, coming in, Frozen on the side right now. It's gonna be GZ-Man to take down J-Fight with the help of Sun. But Sun having a lot of damage, had to pull through. That Pierce comes in for the side of Subaridix. Now Yamikaze pull into the side of Sun. Sun managed to survive it out, but unfortunately will be shut down instantly by the side of Chan Chan. But Darkside takes down GZ-Man. One more player to go. It's gonna be Zagovic to be the victim of Yamikaze. 3 wins in the hands of Dark Rise Esports. And now they're looking more sturdy than ever. And Peta Legends is out.
Yeah, Casper Winata, he just revealed his locations. Needs to run for his life right now. He might potentially die if they are able to find him, but team member's not there.
Wait, he can actually go in for a fight with Yamikaze, but nope, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Even with the help, a little bit too slow for the backup. Still, the team of Dark Rise Esports, they already had it done. They already actually calculated every calculation, every movement coming in from Peta Legends. Now, Darkside try to actually go in for the back lane, fighting off with Glazy. It seems that it's gonna be GZ-Man stealing away another turret. I like the fact that they are losing all those team fights, but we have at least GZ-Man stealing away. But Chechen comes in for the fight. It's gonna be a Frozen side, pushing it straight to Peta Legends. One player down is gonna be GZ-Man as they go in for Zagovic as well. Glazy was shut down. Casper Winata moving away from the fight, leaving off Zagovic all alone. So now they're left with 2 more players to go.
There was no way Pro Legends survived that alive. They were 3 men stunned up beneath their own tower. And that was a stolen Frigid Glacier coming out from Tian Tian. This Valentina plays has been out of this world, right? He's been initiating team fights again and again with his IMUs, and Pro Legends, it looks like they have no response for this because yes, they have a lot of damage, but they have no way of sustaining the team fights. There is no sustained damage. It's always on their big ultimates, and that is the drafting flaw of Pro Legends that Dark Rise, they are just abusing time and time again.
Agree. Now they're going to actually stall off the second turret coming in from the top lane, and they're pushing it straight away. J-Fat is going to be to manage to pull ill. Now as we pull it on, it's going to be an overextension coming in from GZ-Man who shuts down J-Fat. Did manage to get a double kill. The overextension of Dark Rise Esports has been a little bit rueful for coming in for Peta Legends, but even so, they scare out that turret for the sake of Dark Rise Esports.
A bit of an overextension, like you said.
Yeah.
Like, it's 7 minutes in the game. You're not supposed to be diving the inhibitor turret right there, my friend. And now he will pay for it. But Dark Rise Esports, they still have a lot of map control because of that net worth advantage. 4.5k and 7 minutes is 1 to 2 items. And you only have 1 to 2 items on each hero at this point. So that's at least a 50% advantage going your way. Dark Rise Esports, they want to fight this.
It's already Glizzy trying to find an opening. It seems that Dark Rise did manage to actually steal away the turtle for themselves. Not to worry, with no casualty whatsoever coming in for Peta Legends. They couldn't even do anything, as the fact that Dark Rise had a really good defense mechanism-wise to shut them down before coming in. So Darkside was just comfortable on his own zone. But as the process come in, now Team Peta Legends, they're trying to actually stagger the team fights on their own. They did manage to actually pull out to Darkside, did manage to actually froze him off, but it's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be enough as Yamikaze comes in, and we do see Chen Chen also pulls through, and it seems that Team Peta Legends, as much damage they try to actually go in, it's still not enough.
And what I want to see from Pro Legends Esports, right, is take advantage of the fact that Moskov does not have Purify. He went for Flicker. So you have to either catch him when the Flicker is not available or lock him down because he does not have Purify. So you want to catch the Moskov as much as possible. Once he's gone, there's no damage available. So there might be a semblance of hope here.
Coming in right now, Super Nix clears out the last turret, the second last turret coming in as we pushing on. Hylos pulls out. Now they're trying to actually, but they're stunned out. Super Riddick getting a lot of damage there. That could be an opening for the side of Team Peta Legends, but as Super Riddick was able to be covered out and he pulls away from the fight, still Peta Legends could not find the opening they needed off. Darkside slowly, casually trying to actually pull in and try to steal away the buff for himself. So still the team of Dark Rise Esports having a lot of the success on the rate on themselves, and Peta Legends still haven't found the opening they need.
Yeah, and it just seems very disjointed, right? It seems like the
Yeah.
communications from Peta Legend, the full barrage was being used, but there's no Frigid Glacier to lock them in place. There's no Deadliest Catch to control them. They have so much CC, they have so much AoE control, and I feel that if they communicate better and use it more, they could have gotten that team fight to their advantage. But now they will have that available for this Lord fight. Let's see if they can communicate a level higher.
Right, Glizzy pushing on straight to JFAT first of all. Zagovic coming in for Chan, but nope, it's too late. Lot already been picked up, and that's gonna be a win from the side of Dark Rise Esports. Peta Legends still hesitant to actually pull out a really good team fight for their own potential of comeback or even reverse back this effect. Somehow, we are seeing Dark Rise having much more strong lineup for them to pull out and team fight for them to actually win it off.
And this is the problem of Hylos EXP that a lot of teams have realized, right? You're missing that initiation factor. That's why we saw the resurgence of Phobius. That's why Kali became so high in the meta, because you can go into the fight, you can start the fight whenever, and you are guaranteed to survive for at least a minute in that team fight.
Let's go in for the Lord as we push in for the last turret. They're gonna actually try to fall out to Zagovic, but Zagovic try to maintain it, clear out Lord immediately. Great push coming in from Peta Legends itself. They clear out all of the attempts to pull in. It's just a half line for the turrets wise. Now try to clear out the minions as well. Dark Rise on the other note, they didn't actually go into that team fight for that Lord. They actually just try to do as much damage as possible, but it's just not enough. They pretty much just try to actually not overextending themselves, but I'm wondering if that's going to be a good decision making when the fact that they had the potential to just pull through.
Okay, if Dark Rise Esports, they do not manage to sync up the waves when they get a Lord, there's no way that they will be able to push the high ground, because the high ground defense is off the charts. But now we do have a team fight.
Coming in right now as we see that Darkside haven't been frozen. He moves back away, and even so, Peta Legends finds the opening, yet they lose the window for them to pull through. And Dark Rise again looking very sturdy than ever, and they didn't matter much because the fact is, even they try to initiate it off, Team Dark Rise Esports was just too much.
Yeah, there's only one target that they can potentially go for, which is Super Riddick's or Valentina, right? Chin or Super Riddick's, if they can catch them, yes, that's nice. But if they cannot catch them, you're not going to be able to kill Darkside because he has a Spear of Alpha to get away, Raging Sandstorm to get away from Yamikaze as well, and you are not going to be able to kill JFAT. As long as he is able to get the Infernal Pursuit off, you're just going to buy, he's going to buy time, and the rest of the team members are going to come in. And Dark Rise Esports are task testing in the mid lane right now.
Pretty much saying that come in, let's fight. We're waiting for you here, right in the water. The water is fine. We're waiting for it. And as we move along, we do see that Lord is already going to spawn out within the 50 seconds. That's going to be an opportunity for Dark Rise as well to actually take up a notch for their team fights as well. But as we see, Peta Legends already setting up themselves as well. Now let's see if they can actually try to fight it out. Dark side pulling in, try to actually do some damage as well to the side of Zagovic as Glizzy try to actually target out to JFAT, but now backlines coming from Chan. That could be an opportunity if Peta Legends spot him out quickly, but Zagovic pushing in for 1v1, but JFAT is also sticking with it, but we got Super Riddick giving a lot of damage to Glizzy. Glizzy almost open up to be chicken down, and that's a great push coming in from Dark Rise Esports. They know for a fact that the lot is already been taken out, so Team Peta Legends, this is the second wave that you need to guard up really, really strongly.
Yeah, they do have high ground defense for days, right? They have that full barrage. They have the Frigid Glacier, Deadliest Catches available as well. There's a lot of blanket spells for the creeps. But the fact of the matter was that the previous fight, right? Super Riddicks could play all the way in front, 1v5 as a Moskov, and usher Puerto Legends away from the Lord. Just him alone. That was just very disgusting coming out from Super Riddick.
Yeah, agree. Definitely. This is going to be tricky as Beta Legends, they really got to know how to pick out the teams of Dark Rise Esport. Now, Lord's already marching in. This is where the Dark Rise might actually pull through. The turret has already been out. Now it's open for the next few turrets as well. Yamikaze tried to actually pick up Casper Winata as well. And now clears out the bottom turret as well. Close enough. Now they're done. Middle lane will be the next victim for themselves as well, clearing out most of the minions as well as shutting down the Lord. Right this instant, Beta Legends have a lot to cover up their grounds. They try to push in. Zagovic will be fighting off with Darkseid as they're pushing into Yamikaze, but this is where we say Chan pushing in through. Darkseid having a lot of damage, but now the turret is open. The crystal is open for the take for the side of Dark Rise. They're pushing in straight away to fight. They spotted out Glizzy. A lot of damage coming in. Sun still survived it out, still trying to re-heal himself, but Darkseid having a lot of damage. Great composure coming in from Beta Legend. They still survive all those fights, and yet Dark Rise didn't manage to get any casualty pushing in, but it's done already. Crystal is open, half of the line already depleted, and Dark Rise Esport is just waiting for the right time.
Oh yeah, Puerto Legends, they managed to defend there, right? Dark Rise Esports could have potentially ended the game, but still, getting all those inhibitor turrets, really very good for them. But knowing that the ultimates were not available for Puerto Legend Esports, they could have pushed that matter a lot further. But now they missed their timing window. Only the full barrage is not available. And Puerto Legends, this might be their time if they want to win the series back.
Oh, JVAT already open. Frozen coming in. Zokovic comes through. Comes through with us and takes down JVAT. And now opening for the side of Darkseid. Darkseid will be surviving for the immortal, but Zokovic checks him down immediately. Now pushing into Super Riddick. Oh, Super Riddick almost closed it up, but Zokovic will be chasing after him. Close enough. Takes him down immediately. And Yamikaze takes it down. JZ-Man takes down Super Riddick, leaving only Chan as well as Yamikaze. Wow, what a really good comeback coming from Beta Legends. But is it going to be enough? Clear out the last turret for the side of the mid lane. Now Chan is right out open. Yamikaze pulls through for the defense-wise. They clear out all the turrets for themselves, but at the same time, Yamikaze will be stuck in the middle. He will be surviving it out, but at the same time, JZ-Man will not allow it all. Casper Renata shuts it down, but here, Minion is doing their job, but Zargovic will be here to shut them down. What a great comeback coming in for Beta Legends, but is it going to be enough though? Minions needs to be covered up. No, Sun comes through, and now they need to do the double down work for them to defend it out. Okay, a little bit too scary, but the Lord has already been stolen by Beta Legends. Oh, the Spears comes in, but it's not gonna hit anyone for Beta Legends. The double down game coming in for Beta Legends for the late game was just surprise, was not expected by Dark Rise Esport themselves, but still the question begs to differ. Will this Lord be the game changer for Team Beta Legends?
Yeah, Puerto Legends, they fully took advantage of the fact that Dark Rise Esports did not end them right there. And now Circling Eagle being used, ready with a glorious pathway. Puerto Legends, I mean, they might have a timing here. IMU is not available for the side of Tianqian.
JFAT is right in the open. GZ and Zogafeed will be teaming up. JFAT a little bit too ambitious. Overextension will be costing him life, as well as right now GZ-Man takes down Darkseid, pushing into Chan as well. Chan having a little bit of difficulty right here. They did manage to secure it up, but Yamikaze coming in for the backline, and we do see Frozen coming in for Super Rhythm, but the damage already been done. Beta Legends Esport shut down the Crystal, giving the first victory in their hands.
What a comeback coming through from Puerto Legends Esports. I mean, Dark Rise Esports, it was completely in their hands. It was their game to lose. And yeah, I was saying that they could have ended things right there because they did not have the ultimates available, but yet they chose to go back and do what? Farm the jungle alone? Not together? Don't stick as 5? And of course, Puerto Legends, they are gonna take that advantage any day and turn that mistake into their favor.
Agree, definitely. I mean, wow, that was a great comeback. It was like a deja vu of what we see from Rift Esports themselves. But I mean, again, it was tough to see. It was really, really distraught to see how Team Beta Legend was just struggling all in all. But I do agree on the note that the fact that they could have ended off already with that second lot. That second wave was already potentially to have that crystal on the left line already. But then they didn't even go in for the extension. They didn't even go as one to push in, and yet they allow so much space for Peta Legends to cover themselves up, and that's where they were punished for those decisions.
Yeah, there was a lot of hesitation coming through from Duck Rice Esports. After they lost that first team fight, it's not as if they lost the game, right? They only lost an inhibitor turret. The crystal was still intact. They had 2 inhibitor turrets up, but they didn't want to take the fights in the same fashion as they did. They could have won because, I mean, potentially you have JFAT going in, but nobody to follow up, and JFAT just got picked off time and time again, trying to initiate for his team. But there was no Raging Sandstorm, IMU was used in vain, and of course, I feel that the Spirit Destruction, even though it was good, trying to catch that backline, that Bane was proving to be really a thorn in Super Riddick's back, because he was dealing so much damage to his Super Riddick's. Half the time he was trying to get away, and he would be at like a quarter of HP.
I mean, look at this. Coming in from Peta Legends, they made a really good comeback. They were down by the numbers. Pretty much, the currency-wise was definitely on the side of Dark Rice Esports. Even on the mid-game of itself, they were down by the numbers of the bodies as well. From 10 to 4, now they got 11 to 10 to the side of Dark Rice Esports. And the game changer definitely goes out to the side of Bane itself. He made a lot of disturbance. There was a lot of damage pulled out for him to a point that Team Dark Rice could not do anything. But I think we've been questioning the decision making of them picking up Matilda, but I'm not gonna question anymore because Glizzy performed really well with Matilda. He really covered back up really well for Peta Legends to a point that there was not much that cover ground of Dark Rice could not do. Even with Super Riddick try to actually go in for the backline, they still have Glizzy to cover things up, and Zargovi also covered the grounds really well. A great defense mechanism for the team of Peta Legends to a point that Dark Rice could not do anything.
I gotta disagree you, man. I stand by my point, right? in an ideal world, for
Yeah,
Legends,
true.
your
Yeah.
esports, your team fight lineup should not
So
be
you're
winning.
saying it's luck? Is it a luck?
I'm not too sure. I just feel that Duck Rice Esports, they messed up. They messed up
Yeah.
big time. And I feel that Pearl Legend Esports, yeah, it's good decision making on the point where you capitalize on their mistake, but yeah, it's just Duck Rice Esports just messing up. Their draft should not have lost.
True, agree. I mean, yeah, we talked about it because their draft-wise was just covering every ground-wise. But this is where the fine line of that micro decision-making, that when you overthink or you overconfident, and as well as because those are the factors coming in from Dark Rice. They overthink too much on that second wave. They could have actually go in straight away to the crystal-wise, shut down
Yeah.
every players of Team Peta Legends because they're already down by the numbers. They're also having a lot of pressure to actually ground out that minions as well as to defend the crystal wise, but yet Dark Rice was overthinking and maybe a little bit too overconfident. I know this is too much to actually thrown out to them, but they deserve this title. They're overconfident. They think that they could actually just ground it out for the third wave because they thought they have it in the bag. But that's when Team Peta Legends pull in. I mean, GZ man goes out to fight with JFAD, and then we do see that that's when the falter of Super Riddick as well. He was just a little bit too squishy to a point that Sun giving a lot of pressure for him to shut down. They froze out all the movement of Super Riddick. That's when Team Peta Legends just pulled through that win for that end game.
Yeah, they did a great job of holding on despite the fact that they lost all 3 inhibitor turrets, right? All 3 inhibitor turrets were lost, and Duck Rice Esports, they didn't capitalize anything of all because they backed off in the worst way possible, where they backed off not as 5, not in terms to help each other out. They were not of equal spacing, and I mean, I feel that Pearl Legends, they just capitalized on that. They did such a good job of knowing Duck Rice mistakes, right? Zarkovic and GZ Man, they knew the amount of damage that they could deal at this point. And GZ Man, I gotta say, the amount of damage he dealt must have been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was just superbly amazing. I mean, you did saw to a point that he did the skill 3, and that's when Super Riddick was already down to 20% of his lifeline, and even he tried to run away for his life. he did that last damage, and that was just needed. With the retribution, you're done for good, Subirity. And that was it. That was needed by GZ Man to shut down all the damage that was supposed to be the cover up for Rise Esports. Once you have Subirity away from the fight, you don't have any more of your defense mechanism or even the offense line to boost up or even to shut down any attempts coming in from Peta Legends.
Yeah, and I really like the itemization coming in from Casper Winata. Not going for that standard itemizations, right? He's going for the impairment, right? Wanting to slow the enemies down with the corrosive scythe. That Sky Piercer, I believe he bought at the end because I don't believe he's gonna buy that when he's behind. So that Sea Halberd being used to slow down that healing. Malefic Roar for that amplification, right? Having that AP damage, the pierce damage coming through, and Zarkovic getting the MVP of the match. 100% kill participation. I believe his glorious pathways at the start, yeah, it was never off the mark, right? His glorious pathways always served a purpose, whether he wanted to save his teammates or initiate a team fight. It was never wasted, and I feel that he did an extremely good job of being the peel needed to hold on to the base. They were so behind, they nearly lost the entire crystal, but still they held on so well.
Agree, definitely. And this is where the fine line of the first wave. This is where they didn't need to actually overextend themselves to a point actually, but yet Team.Rise did it, and it gives a lot of potential for Peta Legends itself. And that's where JFAT, even with the help of Superrix to cover things up, he was taken out already. And this is where Zography shuts down Darkside as well and pushing into Subirity as they move along. Just needed one more push, and Zography just shuts down instantly Subirity with the help of GZ Man. And Yami Kaze as well as Chen Chen had no way to run, because as they push along for that mid lane of the turret itself, that's where all the Peta Legends just pull all their weights into Rise Esports.
Yeah, and you saw that during the fight. JFAT was in, but if you look at the green dots, they're all up. Yamikaze only used it at the last possible second for that team fight, and that was just a bit too late. The Lord is already straight in your crystal, and the damage is being dealt to your base. So eventually it was just a slight little timing error that cost them the entire game.
And this is where the fine lines are. All right, you've already got your drafting, so we've already questioned it on the side of Peta Legends on the first match, because Peta Legends, they lost because of the drafting wise, and even on those team fights. Going into Rise Esports, pushing into this match or round number 3 itself, you got the drafting. The question is, can you time it right properly for the next match? Because this is where the decision making was questionable whenever they push into the team fights or even into the baseline of the enemy territory, because you didn't actually time it properly. You were hesitant, you were overconfident, and you were overthinking every movement you did. Even the overextension was giving a lot of the sacrifice that was not necessary, that Peta Legends takes advantage of that situation.
Yeah, and this is where your clarity of mind is very important as a professional player, because it's very hard, right? And in this kind of decision making, it's very hard to always keep track of the ultimates of your opponents. Knowing when the full barrage is up, and just being communication, having that communication to say that, yeah, they don't have the full barrage. Maybe it's time for us to go in. And that's what defines the best teams from the better teams, right? It's always that part where you are keeping track of the enemy utility. That's when you know that you could be a potential champion. But before we head on into the final game, we will be going for a short break. These teams have to rest, and so do we, and we'll be seeing you guys after a short while.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code through code. Run it again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a short break indeed. We still are on the same series, Duck Rise Esports versus Perla Legends Esports. And for those of you that don't know, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me will be Fasya Bunny to cover the rest of the day's games. And of course, for the Game 3 itself, right? We talked about the Day 1 being so important for both teams. If you lose a game here, you are guaranteed to go a 5 series. You have to win 5 series to enter the qualification for the challenge season.
I mean, okay, right now moving into the drafting wise, I think that we've saw how the potential put out by both teams, and I still feel like Dark Rise Esport could have won it, and we agree on that wise as well. But now banning wise, it seems that we got all the metas been put out, but
Chip.
choose wise, Beta Legends not only just recently already stolen Aurora, now Alpha will be in their hands, and we got Gato Gacha back into the scene of Dark Rise Esports.
The chip is still there.
Oh yeah! Oh, and Hayabusa been picked off as well?
Yeah, there's so much respect coming in from these teams. But Dark Rise Esports, yeah, they go for the Vexana and the Hayabusa instead. Yeah, Pearl Legends, finally!
We
Yes!
finally see a cheap debut here on SPS!
Oh.
Whoa! No! This is not what we were expecting, especially from Beta Legends themselves. Oh man, this is interesting. Okay, we got Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa was already a great surprise, but Chip in the hands of Beta Legends? Now, this is gonna be tough. We got Alpha, Aurora. They're already gutting off a really good line for themselves. This is already a perfect drafting coming in for Beta Legends. Now, with Phobius as well as Eve, Matilda been banned off, they saw what was the potential coming in from Beta Legends. I like the fact that they shut down any potential of Matilda here in the hands of Beta Legends.
And I like the fact that Pearl Legends, they have that alpha, right? They have that secondary initiation factor in case the shortcut goes wrong. Because we see teams, how they answer towards Chip is having a lot of AoE damage. We see having that Guinevere, having that Vexana, having that Gato Kacha even, that AoE damage that to take out the shortcut. Because there's a mechanic that a lot of players have not realized playing against Chip. You can actually destroy the shortcut. You can actually deal damage to the point where you cannot teleport anymore. So yeah, there's a possibility where you can do that. So
Okay.
yeah,
I mean, with Chip as a meta, we still see that there's a possibility for that meta to be control-wise to be at least honed down most of the possible wins on the side of Beta Legends. Now, Khalid on the side of Dark Rise to be banned off. I think the fact that they know the potential of Khalid to be picked up by Beta Legends and they don't want to have that potential to be used up against them. So I like the fact that, again, they pretty much have already all the AoE for their side. They already got CC on their side. So this is a great move coming in from Dark Rise Esports. But then we got the Nolan also been picked off to be banned off by Beta Legends.
Yeah, and what I would like to see from Pearl Legends right now is just go for the Haref goal lane. Just double down on your team fight so that you can make full use of that shortcut, right? Now you have the Frigid Glacier, you have Spear of Alpha, you have Zamin's Force on the floor, and there's gonna be so much inhibitor towards the side of Dark Rise Esports. They're not gonna be able to take a free team fight at all.
Okay, this is interesting. All right, if they have Harith, there's already a perfect composition coming in from Beta Legends, but that is if they do pick it out. Another situation, it could be they actually throw out Harith instead. They actually pick out maybe Moskov. They steal away Moskov because that was also one of the strategy that Dark Rise Esports had a lot of potential where Beta Legends had a difficulty to buy it for, but they got Eden.
I love this. It hasn't shown its face the whole day, and I was wondering when it's gonna come out. So Edith finally out. Very good team fight possibility for Pearl Legends Esports. But Dark Rise Esports, you can't shut this down, right? You can't shut this down. Still, you can't go for magic damage. You can't go for some sort of burst damage as well. So yeah, I mean, Roger Gold lane usually that we see, but it's not really in that meta anymore. Yeah, the Sky Piercer though, it's really good on Roger Gold lane.
Okay, we got Harith been stolen right there, coming in straight to Rise Esport. Okay, I think that's gonna be a good case coming in for Rise to respond well to Beta Legends. But now comes out to the both side of Rise as well as Beta Legends as Tigreal been picked up.
Yeah, and usually we see teams when you're going up against a chip, the only way to win is to double down on your team fight, right? You gotta make sure that your AoE CC is there. It's either you destroy away the shortcut or you take the fight to the face. And that implosion is really gonna help. But Pearl Legends left with their gold laner. I mean, they can go one or two routes, right? One, they can double down in the team fight. And they do pick up the Chang'e once again. I don't really like this, though. It didn't work for them game 1. I don't think it's gonna work for them game 3.
Beta Legends again with the surprise factor at the end of it all. I mean, are we surprised? I mean, I don't think so. I was already expecting they're gonna actually do something silly, and they did. They put out Chang'e right again into the hands of Beta Legends. So yeah, let's see how it's gonna be like here for the second match. Again, we predicted it was gonna be on the side of Beta Legends 2-1, but it started out really good for Rise Esport. Only in the matter of fact on that round number 2, that's when they actually throw away. I mean, not to say they throw away, but there was a lot of the mistakes that was done by them to a point that Beta Legend was able to punish them for that. But at the same time here for drafting number 3, I feel like again Rise Esport has the better calculated movement to fight off with Beta Legends. The question is, can Beta Legends do the miracle gameplay again here on out on match number 3? Now let's take a look. Rise Esport Cambodia versus the team of Beta Legends Esport Indonesia.
Yeah, it's going to be a very key game. Both teams tied up 1-1 right now. Winner takes all, right? Winner becomes a best of 1 again. The winner, the winner will go to the 1-0 bracket, and it will be a golden road for the winner. But whoever loses this match will have to play 4 more series to get in.
Okay, let's see. Do see them stacking right on the mid lane, and Yamikaze trying to find a way. Does it actually trying to actually go in for the first one? Nope. I think they're just going to clear out minions for a while. They're just going to see what they can actually do for now. And it is trying to actually pull in for the buff. We do see the contest comes in. This is where Darkside will try to pull away. Glizzy comes in, but nope, it's going to be in the hands of Darkside instead. And we do see another potential of steal, but that's where we do. Glizzy stands out both at the side, and they're not going to allow it. Yeah. But they do get the buff that they need. But oh, Darkside shuts down Glizzy. At what cost? They get the crabs for themselves. Ended up losing 1 lifeline in the hands of Rise Esports.
Yeah, Glizzy trying to take that fight a bit too early. I was just going to say that Shadow Kill is available. Darkside is the strongest character on that map right now because he did manage to steal away your neutral creep. So he has that level advantage and the 2 buffs as a jungler. So, I mean, Pearl Legends, they will have a lot to answer for. And JFat might
coming in right now. JZ-Man takes down J5 immediately, but as we see, Yamikaze try to actually pull away JZ-Man as well. But Darkside doesn't manage to pull through for the fight. JZ-Man pulls away without any casualties. So that's 1 win for the side of Beta Legends as well. But now they're going to contest for the side of the Turtle. Volimos, Sun kills away Darkside, and now making a really good Beta Legends move for that Turtle in the hands. But Yamikaze still a little bit of disturbance. Chan also try to help things out. But Yamikaze being all mobilized, and now they try to pull away. But Yamikaze a little bit too much to bear for the strength. It was not squishy enough for them to shut down. So he managed to pull away. But that's going to be a Turtle to be stolen by Beta Legends.
The combo of utility there by Pearl Legends, right? If you think about how a Hayabusa is, he had that shadow kill to get out of the way from the Frigid Glacier. But the fact is, Glizzy landed that stun just seconds before that Frigid Glacier popped. And then Darkside, he was unable to do anything because he already used that quad shadow for that earlier team fight. So he had no way to get away and does not have a flicker. He has a retribution. He's a jungler after all. So yeah, Pearl Legends, they really know how to play with this chip, and it's gonna really pay dividends, especially into these mid stages of the game. Because chip, once we see the debut of the shortcut, that ultimate ability from that chip, it's gonna be very hard for Duck Rice Esports to fight.
Let's see. We do see three of them stacking off right at the top lane. Gonna actually try to gang up against Super Ridix, but as they move along, the minions already been cleared out, so still it's not a opening for the side of Pelta Legends just yet to go in. And we do see a lot of the Dark Rise Esport teammates also already covered the grounds as well, not gonna allow one to be bullied away. So a lot of the cover up coming in for the side of Dark Rise Esport is doing well, but the Legends, despite a great win coming in for the two of the kills, yet we are seeing the potential of Dark Rise might be able to push it as Dark Side buffing himself off.
Yeah, and very good use of vision here just to prevent that chip from coming through. Glizzy in a bit of trouble, drops the shortcut though.
Coming in for a fight, it's gonna be Sururi takes down Glizzy, but as they pull through, Casper Winita shakes down also the side of Yamikaze, but as we pulled along, Dark Side was almost barely alive, but he did manage to take off Zarkovi for the trade of 2 for the hands of Team Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, and shortcut might be available, but there's so much damage, and all 5 members of Duck Rice Esports are ready in reach to help out. And this is what I want to see from Team KH, right? That KH meta just calls for that brawl, but then Duck Rice Esports, they mix in a lot of that macro decisions as well. They use your vision very perfectly, making sure that Glizzy is always kept tracked of. He is not unaware, and they are always keeping track of him.
Oh, having a little bit of damage right now. Zarkovi has to pull away, but Glizzy pushing on to the side of Super Riddick as GZ Man already spotted out, freezing off Yamikaze. Yamikaze having a little bit of damage coming in, but they didn't manage to pull him off from the side, and unfortunately, he will be able to secure a lifeline before being tagged off. And still, it's a struggle for the side of Peta. Looking good previously, but now it seems that Dark Rise already portraying a great defense as well as a good layer of securism to a point that Team Peta Legends cannot break it down.
Yeah, and Glizzy just can't find a rotation for the life of him. It feels like every single bush that Glizzy is in, he's been scouted out. Duck Rice Esports are showing what it takes to deal with that chip, right? Whether or not you have that vision advantage, making sure that you know where the chip is at all times, it just helps such a great deal so that you can position the rest of your teammates so that the shortcut does not catch you by surprise. And Duck Rice Esports, they are systematically making sure it's being taken away.
Oh, Darkseid comes in for a fight with Zarkovic, almost close enough to close in with the ulti, but doesn't make through. But now, Zarkovic a little bit too overextension, giving a lifeline, but here JZ Man gets the call out right here, almost lifeline, but no, he will be the victim to be shut down, and now Zarkovic needs to be careful. He needs to pull away before becoming a next casualty to the side of Darkseid. But as we move along here, mid lane, we do see Sun being airborne, and Jianjian takes him down immediately, and now Glizzy and Zarkovic try to actually turn the favor to the side of JFAD. JFAD has already had a lot of damage, but Glizzy unfortunately could not get the lock on, and in the end had to pull away from the fight.
Yeah, and Pearl Legends, I mean, them not being on the front foot, them not being the key initiator, coming to bite them back in the back. Because, I mean, as a chip, if your team member is already dead when you drop that shortcut, you're coming in to that fight 4v5. Duck Rice Esports, they are perfectly dealing with that chip pressure right now, making sure the vision is there, or at least a team member is down. Duck Rice Esports doing extremely well.
I mean, with Hayabusa giving a lot of pressure, he's all over the place. He's very, very slimy, not easy to lock on, and despite the fact that every time he goes in for a fight, he managed to actually pull through, and this is something tricky. Now he's gonna go in for Changi. Changi, a very slithery, he will be able to shut down with that lifeline, and now Casper will be taken down easily. Now pushing on to Glizzy as well as Yamikaze push on. They have the whole entire first lineup of the turret has already been secured.
Yeah, I mean, Duck Rice Esports, they are securing the macro as well as the micro, but look at this.
This is going in for a fight. They airborne straight away. Three of the players of Peta Legends pushing, and JZ managed to take down J-Fat for the overextension. But then again, it's just a minor win for Peta Legends for now. It was just enough for them to just bear off away the team of Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, what's surprising to me is that they forced that team fight underneath that turret, right? They did not have the creep wave to work with. And yeah, Dark Rise Esports, I mean, mistakes have come to bite them back in that game too, as we've seen before. But Dark Rise Esports, they will have breathing space because Peta Legends, they don't have that similar late game as they had. They have a Chang'e now.
Oh, clearing out, and now we do see Yamikaze will be stunned, pushing in straight away, but nope, they just clear out the first turret of top and bottom. A great opening, at least a clearing off for the side of Peta, but it seems that Yamikaze will try to find an opening. Dark side, pushing on for the flank. Doesn't seem that he doesn't want to actually overextend himself. He will be prioritizing to just try to find a way on the front line. Once he finds an opening, that could be a case for Dark Rise. Chen also trying to find a little bit of opening to the side of Peta Legends. Still not enough. I think pretty much this is just an initiator waiting off to see whether or not they're going to actually go in for that team fight. Lot coming in already, and Yamikaze push through, stuns comes through, and now GZ will be the first one to be the victor. Dark side comes in, he goes in for the stun and shuts down GZ man. Opening comes side. Zarkov at his BC. Glizzy goes in for the team fight. A little bit over extension. Casper Winata was taken out, and Glizzy will be the next victim. Triple kill comes in already with only left the Maniac. Zarkov was shut down, and this is the opening of Dark Rise Esports to clear out everyone and shutting down onto that mid lane turret, and they can finish off already here on out for the Crystal.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very clean game coming in from Dark Rise Esports. They managed to cycle that creep as well. And if you see how Dark Side was playing, yeah, that Chang'e, I mean, you had a chip. And then you pick a Chang'e. Come on, man. I know that you might be the best Chang'e in the world, but it's not really in the meta right now. And yeah, this is a game that shows why Chang'e isn't really in that meta. Because you don't have enough damage to deal with. You don't have survivability as you can compare to other gold laners. What makes Harif so good? What makes Roger so good? What makes Claude, Moskov, Carry so good? They have that jump survivability, right? The ability to jump away or into that team fight, to close that distance that Chang'e does not have. All Chang'e have is a movement speed. You can use that with an Irithel probably, and it will probably be better than a Chang'e because you have physical damage compared to magical damage. And that's why I don't really like the Chang'e at all.
Questionable decision making coming on from Peta Legends. I mean, again, if it wasn't for that decision making, I think that with any other gold lane heroes, it could have gone a little bit better for this fight itself. I mean, it could have been at least a better gun, a really good team fight to a point that the team Peta Legends can actually elongate more of this match number 3, and there's a possibility of them to turn things around as well, as they managed to win that match number 2. But then again, when you go back to the drafting wise, Dark Rise Esports was just better off, was just securing, and that Hayabusa was just, he was just a menace, and it was a struggle for Team Peta Legends to hold it down. Even for a while, they did manage to shut down Dark Side, but yet as we go into the end game, Dark Side was just untouchable. He made it so hard for any of Peta Legends to come true, and he was just waiting for the right time. Even Yamikaze was the one who initiated for all of those team fights to a point that he pulls all of the players of Peta Legends in one corner to a point that they were punished on that side.
And Dark Rise Esports, I mean, not to discount the fact that Peta Legends, they had drafting errors with that Chang'e, but I mean, Dark Rise Esports, they really showed everybody how to play against a chip, right? How do you play against a chip? You gotta keep that vision factor at all times. And they, even when they are not initiating on you, you gotta always be in a position to be the first one in. Yamikaze, we saw at the last few team fight, he would jump in with that flicker on that implosion onto GZ Man. As long as one member of Peta Legends is down, that shortcut becomes so much worse because you're only bringing in one less member because one member has been taken out, and Duck Rise Esports, they completely capitalize on that weakness. The fact that Pearl Legends picked the chip and are unable to be the first initiation factor, that just proved to be their undoing right there.
Agree, definitely. And I think that probably they hold off too much on the miracle gameplay. They expected that they can actually make 2 times miracle, but here's the thing, miracle doesn't happen just instantly and can be repeated over and over again, and this is where Peta Legends cannot expect more of an easy breezy or even a comeback that can be done on the side of the late game. And pushing on to the damage deal, we see how 111,273 damage was put out by Dark Ice Esports. And Darkside, he was just so slimy. He was everywhere at every single moment of every single angle of map itself, to a point that there was nothing that can be done by the team of Peta Legends themselves.
Yeah, and this is why Hayabusa is so feared, right? It's one of the top priority picks in the assassin meta. Hayabusa has the fastest clear rate of all the assassins combined, and if you put it in the hands of one of the best few assassins, which is Darkside, he's gonna clear and get that level 4 way ahead of everyone. And he already showed, right, 1 minute 30 seconds into the game, he was level 4 and he was in the enemy jungle taking away the creep and got that first blood on Glizzy.
Agree, definitely. It was really fast move coming in from the side of Darkside. Pushing in straight away to Glizzy was just a perfect positioning, shutting down with the help of Super Rhythms as well to clear it out, to end it off already, and then shutting down GZ Man as well. That was a great win coming in from the side of Team Rise Esports as well. And even so, here we do see that JFAT overextending himself, try to push in, but it was just not enough. But there was a lot of defense coming in for Peta Legends, and that was at least some of the potential coming in from Dark Rise Esports was shut down a little bit. But then as they push in straight away here on out, this is where the overextensions of Zarkovic, Glizzy, there was not much to be done, and Darkside was just punishing one after another, getting that maniac for himself.
Yeah, and the fact that Sun actually got away, but went back into that shortcut and then appeared behind him and gave Darkside that triple kill? Oh my god, I mean, talking about misplacement. That was just unfortunate coming through from the side of Pearl Legend Esports, but Duck Rise Esports showing that why they are one of the more experienced teams in this league, and Pearl Legends, they will find themselves at 0-1, while Duck Rise Esports, they do progress to the 1-0 group.
Not to worry, for those of you guys who are viewers are questioning what is going to happen to Peta Legends, they're still in the lead. They're still here on the Open Finals, but they only have day 2 for them to cover back the mistake. Because again, elimination-wise, they only have 2 lifeline. If they lose for day number 2 as well, this is where we will say goodbye to them. But so far now, it's not a goodbye for them. It's just them going to the lower round for them to fight off with those who are also from the lower round as well, whereby Rift Spot taking down Team SV. So it's going to be a possibility, not to say there will be a possibility of Team SV meeting off with Peta Legends, but as we move on to all the matches today, and we'll see at the end of it all, once they actually schedule every single teams for their own matches from the 1-0 and 0-1 brackets, that is where we see who will Peta Legends meet off, those who are at the bottom.
And for game 2 itself, results have been decided. I mean, Cambodia showing that they are somewhat, they still got a meta going, right? They still got the semblance of having that team fight, having the ability to deal with the Chip. I find that very impressive, because Chip is one of those heroes where, yeah, if you don't know how to deal with him, you don't know what's going on, you're just gonna get rolled. But Duck Rise Esports, they found the correct answer. We saw in one of those team fights where the shortcut was there for the team fight, but it looked like everybody was going into the damage zone because they had so much damage in the team fight for Duck Rise Esports. But of course, that's the end of game 2. We will have match 3 for you guys later on, but not before a short break. I'm your caster Moman, joined with Fasibani, and I'll see you guys later.
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both hit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for match 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. Oh, we are day 1 right now, and we already had 2 great matches. But before that, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me will be Faster Bunny. How are you feeling?
Oh, better than ever. I mean, like, we've already seen 2 matches, Reef Esports as well as Team Cambodia. Finally, we've been not talking about how Team SV was having a struggle to fight off with Team Singapore, and Team Singapore was the first one to be inside the 1-0 bracket. But now, finally, Team Cambodia will be joining side to side. It is going to be the one and only teams that was able to shut down Peta Legends Esport and Dog Rice Esport, having a great meta to counter off for that drafting. I mean, we've talked about how they were well calculated itself on the matches itself. So question right now, coming into the next match, we have another Cambodia team, but they're gonna meet off with Team Philippines. So we got 3 different regions already for all of our matches. Indonesia, it seems Singapore, but now can Team Philippines be able to beat off Cambodia like Singapore did, or will they falter just like Team Indonesia?
Yeah, so I believe that Omega Esports, right? Omega Esports are going to be up against IQ Phoenix. So Omega Esports, they are kind of household name. They've been around very regularly. I believe Kelra was from there as well, and they still have a very good roster. But of course, it's still a very fragmented roster and still very new as well. I would compare them similarly to Rift Esports from Singapore, the likes that we saw. But of course, MPLPH is on a different level, and Omega Esports, I believe that, yeah, they are one of the stronger teams to watch, especially for a team like IQ Phoenix. Because IQ Phoenix, if I'm not wrong, like, none of these players, they have been playing in that regular season where they are known to be playing in A-tier tournaments. They mostly playing on that C-tier, B-tier tournaments, and this will be their first A-tier series to start with.
Agree, definitely. I mean, this is going to be interesting to see what can be put out by the Cambodia team. Now, let's take a look in depth more into the teams itself. I want to get to know the teams, the players of the lineup from Smart Omega Philippines that's going to actually meet off with the IQ Phoenix Cambodia. Started off with Smart Omega, we got Ryota at EXP, Andoryu at the jungler, we got Yukir at the mid lane, Chuck Nu as the roamer, and Jom as the goal lane to actually help out the Smart Omega Philippines.
Yeah, and Chakdu being the key, one of the key members of Omega Esports, I believe he's the only long-time staying member for Omega Esports. I mean, Chaknu, I believe he has been around since 2021. It's been almost 3 years in Omega Esports, and yeah, they did very well, to the fact that they were second, I believe, for MPLPH Season 9. And of course, for the MSC as well. No, MLBB Southeast Asia Cup. Yeah, MSC in 2022. They got third. And yeah, they did a really good job. But Chaknu is the only one that has this level of experience in the international scene. Whether he can lead his team, because Ryota, Andrew, Yukir, also known as Riku, and Jom, it will be their first time in this kind of international scene here, away from
Agreed.
Philippines. Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, like with the experience wise, very vastly in the hands of Changnu. This is where the fine line of can the rest of the teams also carry their own ways to actually follow the steps of Changnu here or not here on the SBS. Now, I mean, taking a look on the Smart Omega, I mean, you've also talked about this beforehand as well towards me that Smart Omega, they always have this structure ground whereby they set up the players to actually become legends after they leave the team itself. This is where the fine line of Smart Omega, maybe they didn't actually have a lot of success rate on their side, but then again, it shows that there are potential when they are out away or after they actually find themselves here from the Smart Omega. But IQ Phoenix, on the other note, from the Cambodia side, we got
Yeah.
Simple from EXP, Rookie at the jungler, Audacity at the mid lane, Nas6 at the Roman side, and Yellow Flash for the gold lane.
Yeah, and this is a different Yellow Flash, right? This is Yellow Flash from Cambodia. This is Simple from Cambodia, so not the Simple that you guys are thinking of, and not the Yellow Flash from Mythic Seal, who is also known as Yellow Flash. So these players are completely new to me. It's going to be very interesting to watch because similar to how Pearl Legends, they are that rookie community heroes coming in. IQ Phoenix, they have that same profile. They have a lot to prove. They're young. They're hungry, and they're finally given that opportunity to shine, especially here in the international stage. And this would mean a lot, especially if they can go up against Smart Omega and still manage to take away a series win.
Agree, definitely. I mean, talking about how they managed to actually, the achievements that we can actually be able to actually put out here is they got the first place in the play game MLBB series. So that is also another high rise to take note on the side of IQ Phoenix. But here on out, prediction wise, coming from both of us, we put out the same prediction. Is it really a surprise? I don't think so. From now on, I think that we're already in link. We are into link mode right now as
Yeah.
2-0 coming in from Smart Omega fighting off with IQ Phoenix. I think this is pretty much on the note wise or even from the opinion side is that Smart Omega, they're very experienced, and this is coming in from the side of Team.Rikes Esport as well. Even though we were pretty much focusing on Predator Legends success, but experience wise can actually fall to those who are still high rise or hunger in success. And maybe IQ Phoenix, again, they're still rookie, and not to actually burn them out, just like tone them down like too early on, but at the same time I feel like Smart Omega has what it takes to just pull a lot of strings to just take down IQ Phoenix on this open finals.
Yeah, and I really place a high relevance on the region that they're coming from as well. Like MPL Philippines, MPL Indonesia, I feel that they have one of the cleanest gameplays in terms of having that macro gameplay and that micro gameplay as well. A very nice mix of that similar game styles. That's why they've produced so many champions over the past few years, because who makes it out for MPL PH is they usually stand the test of time. And yeah, Omega Esports is one of the teams in MPLPH. They might not have been one of the first, but they definitely shaped many champions, right? They were fighting a lot of the champion teams, so they have a lot of experience going in. And of course, with IQ Phoenix coming from Cambodia as well, not saying that they don't have what it takes, but they are gonna have to prove it to us because they do not have the statistics behind them, right? Because if you think about the Cambodian region, yeah, they are really kind of falling short in terms of producing these kind of superstar teams. And IQ Phoenix might have to show a lot in terms of drafting and picking here.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, coming back to the side of open qualifiers, and this is one of the teams also who managed to survive from the open qualifiers, moving into the open finals. So IQ Phoenix, I mean, you did had a really good, success rate as well compared to Petal Legends as well. They are the same length of possibilities or even capability here on out for the open finals. The question is, can you do better than Petal Legends did before? or previously, because again, you cannot buy experience, and this is something that you need to not just try to actually shut down experience. You also have to be very, very critical on that decision making or even the timing, because Petal Legends wise, again, I feel like we've talked about it pretty much. Most of their attempts was a lot of miracle makings, so hopefully IQ Phoenix does not follow the same footsteps. Pretty much be more a little bit calculative when it comes to the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, there are just some things that you cannot teach, right? And I feel that Omega Esports, they have that pedigree, they have that legacy, because in terms of just being around, in terms of just esports length in general, Omega Esports, they've been an organization for just the longest time. Meanwhile, IQ Phoenix, if you just take a look back at their history, right, they've not been around for as long of a time as Omega Esports. But I believe that we will be going for a short break, as the teams will require some more time to get ready. So I'll just see you guys after the short break then. See ya.
Here we go!
Status and the toast for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Oh yeah. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Studied your Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope